Hey everybody, good morning. Hope you're doing well this Thursday. Crisp January morning. Funny, it was horrible weather in December for us here in Poland. And now it's January and it's like proper winter weather. You know, it's cold and snowing. December it was just wet, gray, foggy. It had like one snowfall on December 2nd or something. Nothing afterwards. The entire month. But now the whole week is -6, -5, -7, -5, and it's like snowing like 3 days of the next 5. I like it. That's what I want. Where did we leave off yesterday? Let's lower that a bit. Oh yeah, we made the lava fall. That is cool. It's a cool section. I probably want to touch it up a little bit. But I mean, overall, I'm relatively happy with this. Yeah, we will need to do a full... I mean, we'll need to do a full playthrough and tweaking of the entire level 6. Once we get a finish, right? We'll need to make sure that we're blocking the player as well, because right now we aren't. You know, the player can just kind of just run down here and cheat their way, which we don't want. Which kind of sucks. I want this to be visible. I don't know, maybe I should have made it... I should have made it wider or something. So that the player can't just jump onto these, or have this one go here, but then everything else curves it is over this way. That would have been smarter. I could modify it. Would be a bit annoying though. Let's not think about it too much. What do we want to start with? Do we want to start with the optional path towards the thermal generators, or do we want to do this path? I'm thinking this one would be nice. I'm thinking this one would be nice to do. I mean, I could just do some regular ass timed platforms. But I'm wondering if that would be fun, or if there'd be something else we could do. We don't really have a whole lot of options here. Where's my mannequin? I thought I had placed one up here, didn't I? I keep saying that. I never remember where it is. Oh well, we're just gonna delete those anyway afterwards, so. I'll grab another one. I mean, with the size of the mannequin as it is now, this is looking like... we'd probably have to place closer to 10 platforms to get over this way. I think it could be fun if we... Like get the player up onto here or something. Right now it's at too steep of an angle. Because then they could jump up onto the walkway. And I think up here we could give them, you know, because this blue path here intends to cut through next to this lava fall. If we get them up onto here, they would have yet another chance to jump over to the geothermal power plant. So that could be nice. That could be really nice. Okay, this angle is good, but it's a little much. I might lower it by another 5 degrees. That's a little bit better. The foot IK is still pretty jittery though. That looks better. And then we'll float this one out a bit more. It can't really be jumped to. We could always float one of these pieces out too, because like this is not long enough to connect both of these. But if we took a duplicate, I mean, what's the density of molten rock? I would think that tungsten's density would still be way higher. Tungsten is really dense. Yeah, but the tungsten would sink. One's actually less dense than its solid counterpart. Would that... Well, no, because the tungsten wouldn't melt. Realistically, then these shouldn't be sinking. Or, I'm sorry, they should be sinking. How do we want to explain that away? We could place rocks, like they've fallen on rock. You know, we could say that it's not like super deep. And like, hey, it's propped up against a rock that's here or something, right? A little outcropping. We'd have to do these for each of these, though. Although I would think that they're so dense that they would fall, but that we'd have to assume that the lava lake is only a couple meters deep. Which I think is fine. And maybe this one is leaning against this one. I don't know if the angle perfectly matches, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's reasonable to expect too that the lava is not equally deep across the entire lake. I think that that's fair too. Like that kind of got caught there. We can raise this one up a little bit. And say that this got caught on a similar... It got like beached. Yeah, that works. Then I think here we could place a timed platform. Which I think has enough room. Yeah, that's relatively acceptable. And this kind of like will act as a bit of a ramp too for the player to jump from, so we'd be able to get some more height off of this. I'm gonna put some more moving platforms down here. Because, I bet this is creating a bit of a current around here, right? So we could have a couple of pieces look like they're falling from this. And then, I don't know, disappear under the lava over here or something. That could look pretty cool. We can even do the same thing over here too if we want. Sorry, I'm still waking up. I'll move this point independently so the icon is outside of the lava. Not gonna be the most smooth transition, but if I move it over here, it'll be a little bit better. What does that look like? Well, it's not gonna look like anything proper right now because I didn't set up the settings correctly. Kill at destination, respawn on kill, 2 seconds. Meters per second 2, that's fine. Follow spline directly. Curve, linear, fine. Everything else should be good. Looks good to me. Let's do that again. And we'll have this one like move from the front down this way. I don't know if these... Could that be more interesting? Because if we just move this in front and your goal is to jump essentially in this straight line across these two. I just wonder if we could make that a little bit more interesting. As long as they're not angled weirdly, that should be okay. That's super weird. Then we could have one cross in front. Kind of confuse. We'll just have to get the timing right on it. But I think that should be doable. That one will come like that. Cross in front. And then angle down over here. Or disappearing. That one's pretty high above the lava, isn't it? That looks better. Okay, if we're gonna time these, then let me grab... What did I call these? The ID. Level 6 lava flow. I mean, this is technically a lava flow too. As long as they're unique, it doesn't really matter what they're called. So consistency wouldn't hurt. Okay, so that one's 63 meters, this one's 60. So they're about the same length. They might be moving a little bit too slow. But that's okay. All we want to do here is ensure that they have similar setups. Kill at destination. We're gonna do wait on start with a very fast respawn delay. And follow spline directly. This one will have wait on start. No, this one should just automatically restart. Never mind. Never mind. Line event, builder and ID. We can spawn that one. Let's try on beginning. And what I'll do is I'll speed this one up a little. So they'll guarantee spawn together, but this second one will move a bit faster. I don't see the second one. Even spawn. It's set to wait on start. Did I put the right ID in? Waiting. I wonder if it's getting initialized too late. Let me try. Let me try a backup. Figured it. Hey, C-Spawn. Oh, that's a bit too soon. Sounds like Starfield shit. What does? Oh no, that's okay. They are synced up. I just don't like the paths crossing. That is not taking us where it needs to take us. The last song, what was the last song? The last song was... No, the last song was Skyrim. We haven't had any Starfield songs yet. There are a couple of Starfield songs in my queue. Not for a while, though. Only like one or two. I'm moving this. We kind of need the player to have to jump from here to here to here. But we also still need this one to finish faster than this one. On that game that streamer's making? Insignia? It's a pretty cool looking game. I don't like the main character's hair though. That's my nitpick. We have to fix the curvature on that. We're in Saurian cells? I don't remember being one of those. We don't make the rules. Wish I did some days. That's too much power for anyone to wield. An Asmon sub, automatic insult. You want to know what's worse than being an Asmon sub? I'll show you. I mean, from their point of view. From their point of view. Not that I think Asmon always has great takes. Quite frequently not. How do you refine your recap? Or is it only available on mobile? Oh, I don't see it anymore. Well, I was in the top 0.1% of Aspen viewers on YouTube. He's just easy to, like, he puts out like 3 videos a day that are like at least an hour long, and they're just easy to throw up while I'm doing something else. Played an alpha and it was good. I just got the demo out. It's pretty cool. Good to see. Okay, so that one is 100% doable. I want to see if you can He gives a lot of funding, does he? Pretty lucky then. Like, if you jump to this one first, I want you to have a second option here. Like, it's gonna get close again. Same outcome, just a little bit later. 18K Twitter followers? Yeah, that's a pretty good amount. I have like 18. Nobody likes my tweets. I'm not really good at farming engagement. It's not something that I do naturally, because I feel like to farm engagement you have to kind of like live on those platforms and just live into the algorithms. I'm really not good at doing that. I mean, let me do this. More of an artist. It does help a lot. I wish I was one of those. Yeah, people do like following. I mean, it's just also you know, it's something that we talked about when we were starting development of Colden Chronicles, was we expected that initial viewership would be low until the game started to take visual shape, which turned out to be very true. It's like people, I mean, even this blockout is more interesting than like doing a prototype of a system, right? I find prototyping interesting, but I know visually it's just nothing exciting to look at. How you doing, Lippus? Morning. Easy jump. You got your second option there before it goes down. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good. I wouldn't really necessarily say that this is like a speedrunning option to go the faster route, but just, it is a not so punishing little section. People like shit that looks cool, they do. I don't agree with the people that say, you know, gameplay is always more important than art. It's just, I'm sorry, if that was true, then people wouldn't comment, it looks like a PS1 game, or textures look low resolution. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. Nothing crazy, nothing special, nothing bad, nothing good. Normal day is better than bad. Found out Avowed has static NPCs. I don't like the discourse around Avowed. I really don't think it was a bad game. I don't think it was groundbreaking. I had problems with the story, at least, especially in the first little bit of the game. Second half of the game was better than the first half. Put it that way. Well, it's not like an RPG. It's an action RPG. You know, Avowed, Outer Wilds, or Outer Worlds, sorry, are both action RPGs. They are not immersive sim RPGs. They are not RPGs in the same way that like Owlcat or Larian make, or even Bethesda, back when NPCs actually had schedules, things like that. They're very different games. Well, not very different, but they are different. There's a lot of Outer Worlds NPCs that are static. Not all of them. But both of these games, I'll put it this way, Avowed has more in common with Outer Worlds. I've played both 1 and 2. They have more in common with Outer Worlds than it has in common with Kingdom Come Deliverance, Divinity Original Sin, then Skyrim. Way more of an action RPG. Tim Kaine fanboy. I didn't even name a Tim Kaine game in there. Oh, he did work on Outer Worlds, yeah. But you're the one defending Outer Worlds. I mean, I like both. Like, I think both franchises are okay. I don't really like the world of Outer Worlds. I find it a bit wearing on me. Like, it doesn't really ever pose a question that is morally or ethically interesting enough for me to stop and wonder which option I should pick. I guess it's a very mindless game to play if you're just in it to shoot some things and, you know, get through it. Like, let me put it this way. I think that the world is extremes, right? It's all about these kind of comical extremes, and that's not in itself a problem, but it doesn't have anything that's middle of the road enough for me to find anchoring. And so if everything is just this extreme crazy, nothing is good, everything is kind of different shades of bad, then I don't really have a desire to pick the lesser of two evils. I just find it boring. If you switch this up and you have a game that is mostly grounded or takes itself seriously but then has those spare moments of going crazy and wild, I think that's a lot more fun and interesting. And you see that in something like Mass Effect. The problem is the gameplay. Hard is too hard and normal is too easy. Are you playing the first game or the second game? Remember the first game being really easy. The second game had horrible balance problems. Horrible. Oh, the first game? Is that a crazy jump? I know the camera's gonna be a bit fucked up. We need to do some camera tweaks. Yeah, you kind of have to sprint jump for that, and I don't know if I want to specifically require a sprint jump. I'll move it a little bit closer. I don't know, I got weird feelings on Obsidian's new games. My biggest issue with them is the price. Both Avowed and Outer Worlds. No, Avowed was $80. No, it was $70. Outer Worlds 2 was $60, right? Or was it the other way around? And I just don't find them worth that much money at all. It was 70. Avowed was 70, Outer Worlds 2 they learned from and lowered to 60. Oh no, that was also 70, never mind. I'm wrong. That was also 70. Wait. Yeah, because they lowered it after the backlash. That was gonna be $80 for Outer Worlds 2. I do think parts of the game are great. Really do. I don't know if it's that great. Run into a problem where you don't get to finish RPGs? So I replay the beginning 5 times, learn what the fuck is going on, then I get burnt out. Or like all RPGs? Because I don't know if Obsidians are too complex mechanically. They're pretty bog standard action RPGs days. Curved. That is curved. Stats? What were the stats in the first game? What are the stats? Did you just like hover over them? Strength, dexterity, intelligence, perception, charisma, temperament. They must explain that somewhere in game. I mean, maybe they just don't tell you that they explain it somewhere in game, which would be pretty much the same as not having the information at all. Oh yeah, the game does have different differentiation between gun and energy weapon, doesn't it? Something like that. That is pretty annoying. I don't like when games do that, because then you have to like choose between specializing in gun 1, gun 2, or gun type 3, and it's like, why can't they just be good with guns? Fucking hate that. Original Sin 2 was terrible at that. They had it like split up between... There's some games that are even worse than... Yeah, now that I think about it, I can't remember the exact game it is, but there's a game where it splits up all like 10 or 15 of its weapon types into separate categories to level up. And it's like, that doesn't encourage experimentation. I'd kind of like to walk under here a bit. But in order to do that, I need to... high enough up? Yeah, it's pretty okay. I admittedly have restarted Divinity Original Sin 2 multiple times as well. I don't hate the game, but I don't feel as if I enjoy it as much as the first. I didn't like the changes to the combat system that they made. That would be another point of contention for me. Do that. Probably a bit too far. That'll work. Player should be able to squeeze under there. Needs to go up a little bit more. How do you feel about the mechanics of this game? Would Redlock be frustrating from your point of view? You move and you jump. Actually, there will be some additional mechanics, but for now, that's all it is. It's supposed to. Doesn't mean that it needs to be frustrated in that way. I think there's different types of frustration. Frustration from player error is different than frustration from lack of information. Or just bad tutorialization as a whole. Dark Souls has that problem? Yeah. I think Elden Ring is better comparatively. I remember my first time trying Dark Souls, and I didn't finish that game. I barely got anywhere near that far in that game. Demon Souls too, because I think Demon Souls was really unforgiving. And so I didn't feel as if I had a lot of opportunity to learn and get better, or to come back and do things later. Whereas with Elden Ring, it was like, okay, I'm just gonna go somewhere else. This boss is too tough, I'm just gonna go somewhere else, I'm gonna level up, upgrade my weapon, come back, and it'll be easy stop. Supposed to be frustrating, but enemies should have resistances that I'm unaware of. I would like if it told you the resistances. I know, like, sometimes it is obvious, other times it is not obvious. Or immunities. I think there is some in-game way to get that information, but nobody does it. Or do they have to data mine? You know what, let me look that up. Is it possible to learn of instances, immunities on enemies in Elden Ring without data mining or going? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is data mined. And there's like no feedback on it either. There is no direct in-game menu, bestiary codex, or UI feature. Base game or Shadow of the Erdtree. It displays numerical resistances or immunities for enemies such as exact percentages for damage types or status effects. Okay, this is a good counterpoint though, is that there are player messages that do kind of encourage saying like try fire. I don't think it's a perfect counterpoint, but it is a counterpoint. And it does encourage that social aspect of the game. So I can see the design behind it. I don't know if it's perfect, but I can see the design behind it. I defend the design in the base game because I don't think the base game is hard enough to warrant having that, but Shadow of the Erdtree ramped everything up to 11 and I think made the thing that was not a problem in the base game into a problem in the DLC. Hey Zaurish, how's it going? Going great, how's it going for you? Good to see you the new year. There's always that rabid fan base who will call you stupid and need your handheld. Or I think the worst one for Elden Ring was the people telling you that if you play with ashes, then you didn't really beat the game. Didn't the lead designer or something of Elden Ring even come out and say that he loves playing with ashes? There's something like that. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, C-Spawn. It's a very toxic fan base of people who have a pretty elitist mentality. I like that. That's fun. Coming from a black Counter-Strike player, Celsius works. I don't know. I mean, I've always felt Counter-Strike as a pretty bad toxic base. Okay, let's put it this way. I think that Counter-Strike's fan base is way more vulgar. Souls fans are way more elitist. The moment you do anything that isn't beating the game without taking a hit, wearing no armor, and using only a level 1 club, they say that you have not experienced the game correctly. With one arm, yeah. Personally, I think the game is incredibly designed in the way that you can restrict yourself so much or use pretty much any weapon to beat the game. And I think that that's really cool for build variety. I don't know why people have to make it into some like elitist thing. Well, I can only say what I'm saying right now is Elden Ring. I have not played Dark Souls. I tried to get into Dark Souls 1. I couldn't really get into it. But I definitely got into Elden Ring. I think we need to add a test to our jumping that if the capsule next to where the player is supposed to jump doesn't have enough space for the player, then they shouldn't be able to mantle or jump. That should be pretty easy to do. Just one more capsule check. You want to be in Cool Kids Club? Am I in the Cool Kids Club? That's actually a pretty good percentage. That says a lot of. I think that having a percentage of players that complete all achievements that high is a really good thing. 10% is a great percentage to aim for, because what it shows you is that you have really high engagement, especially because it requires you to play the game multiple times, right? I think there's you have to play it at least 3 times to get all of the endings. And it also shows that your achievements are interesting enough for people to want to go after them. If it's like 50%, maybe your achievements are too easy. If it's like, 0.01% or 0.1%, then maybe you have some achievements that are too hard and it's not keeping players engaged to play long enough to experience that. But when you have achievements that require you to play 3 times to 100% it, and 10% of players have done that, that's pretty impressive. It is. I mean, to be fair, like I can beat the game from scratch in about 2.5, 3 hours. But that's if you just are rushing the ending. You go grab your 3 great runes, you rush to the ending, and nothing else. It is possible. Age of Stars does take quite a while though, and Lord of Frenzied Flame is pretty fast. But it is a bit of a diversion from the main route. Still though, it's impressive. That is an impressive percentage. I won't denigrate it. I am not working in the right data layer. Hold on. I forget about that sometimes. Alright, we're good. You only need to kill 3. Okay, so you need to kill the 3 that are the most easy to beat are Moog, Renala, yeah, Moog, Renala, and what's his name? Godric are the 3 easiest to kill to get into Leyndell. And you can speed run getting to Moog pretty fast. Renala is also really fast to get to. And easy. I'm pretty sure those are the 3 that I usually do when I'm trying to speedrun the game. Because you just need 3 great runes to get into Leyendell. Yeah, Rykard would take too long to get to. Same with Melania. Yep. Yep. Godric, Renala, and Moog. And then I think then you're right. It's you have to kill fire giants. So you actually, in order to beat the entire game, you only need to kill 6 bosses. 3 for great runes, fire giant, and then the 2 at the end. Three at the end? Is it 3? Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. It is 3. Right. Yeah, Horaloo. We still need to finish our 100% run too. You guys remember we were doing that? I was getting pretty close to doing it. But we would just have to have played the game a few more times. I think it's loading. Maybe this isn't the right one. I had it somewhere. We were at like 90% or something, or 90, 92%. Gotta fight the Ninja Wolf? Yeah, but are those... I guess those are considered mini bosses. But if you want to consider all bosses, you have to fight... To get to Godric, you have to fight... what's his name at the start of the game? So there's 2 in the castle. Renala is 2 because you fight the wolf. You then have... For Moog, it's just 1. Once you get into Leyendell, you have to fight a boss to get out of Leyendell? I don't remember. For sure Fire Giant, but you can get there without killing any bosses, just go up and kill Fire Giant. Then... Oh yeah, because you have to fight one to get up to the tree in Leyendell. So there's at least one boss you have to fight in Leyendell. Once you kill Fire Giant, then it's City of Ashes, and City of Ashes is 3, so it's 10? Which one's the Ninja Wolf? Oh yeah, I know which one you're talking about. I know which one. That's in Faramazula. You're right. You do get thrown to Faramazula. No, isn't it possible to skip Faramazula? Like with the Frenzied Flame ending? 12 to beat. So I think C-Spawn, I think you're right. I think you do have to fight. I forget the name of him. You have to kill Malakath. Oh, and you also have to fight... yeah, there are quite a few in Leyendell. There's also the all-knowing guy, and then yeah, 12 does sound about right. You're right about that. Godskin duo? You have to fight the Godskin duo? I guess they aren't. I guess you can't pass them by Fair Missoula. So Fair Missoula, you have. If we consider those two separate bosses, though, I would say that they are one boss. Then there are two bosses in Fair Missoula that you have to fight. That's too high. Invisible people? Which one's the invisible ones? Oh, yeah, those ones. Yeah, I remember those ones now. It's still not as bad as anything in Shadow of the Erd Tree, though. Shadow of the Erd Tree was annoying. That should be a very doable jump. No, I don't want the player to have to jump over there. We could use a moving platform here. Something slow and kind of tranquil. For a bit of a break. Maybe just something thin. So it's more of a precision landing. I'm down for it. That's too far up. mean, I don't know where the exact landing spot is going to be. It doesn't need to be at the perfect length here. It should be more precision than just getting maximum height. Yeah, that works. That works. If it's 100 meters long and we're moving at 2 meters a second, do the math. That's way too. Let's try moving it up to 4 meters a second. Kill at destination, respawn on kill. Let's make it immediate. For a second. Follow spline directly. And we can do a mesh, or if we want to make like a thinner, well, we can override platform scale anyway, right? I don't know if that affects the actor. Well, I actually don't know if that affects it. Well, we can check. Is it tiny? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's still too fast. So we need to slow it down. It's too thin and too fast. What will this game be about? Type in !game. Tell me what you think. That should work. That one will be fun to watch people miss. Sweet. That gets the player up here. And then next we need to take them up out of the roof. Although we wanted to have two things, so you could jump from here over to the geothermal power plant. That's one option. Or we jump over to here. We get the player up and out. Ugh. It'd be cool to have like a little ventilation shaft here or something built into the wall. It'd be kind of annoying to make right now, but I could do it. Is the same game. You're gonna have to get used to it too. Because it's not really gonna look much different for the next few months. This will remind you of Cauldron Chronicles days. No games, yeah, no games are really coming out. That's a good thing for us though, because last year it was packed. Latter half of next year was wild. I mean, it's possible there will be some games that release that I want to play, but I just don't know if I'll play them on stream. The sooner we can get a demo out to people for this and, you know, start to receive some feedback, the better. We have a lot of technological aspects that we need to resolve too. Difficulties. That boundaries box is not being made correctly. It's annoying. Only for 2 though. Well, there's still more problems. I'm not gonna worry about it. Hey, Senor Kitty, thanks for the year resub.
Sadunicorn Kitty just subscribed. MICROR3 LAF MICROR3 hi.
What up? How's it going? How big is the person here? Russian spy. I like how nobody's a Russian bot anymore because it's not popular to call people Russian bots anymore. Fucking politics, dude. Oh! Hashtag. We could do some crazy spinning stuff. Wouldn't it have to go the other way if we wanted it to... Well, if it spins to the right... And this would be sucking air. I think. Careful with those, yeah, I was getting some danger lines there. Making a fan. I want to make a fan that the player has to climb up in between. Without being knocked off. I'm gonna lower it to 35. Because there needs to be enough time for the player, because if we have like a place where the player can jump here, we need the player to be able to jump, climb up and get through it before they get smacked. So it can't be too fast. Platformer, a little bit of puzzle, very lore driven. You can type in !game to see what the game is about. I think we can place it like right here, and we'll create an opening here. It should be a ventilation shaft, but it's not going to be complete. Or it would have been complete, but it'll be destroyed. It'll be a little bit destroyed, so the player can't get back up fully through it, so they'll have to jump out somewhere up here and then climb through some of the cavern area. I'm glad you like the sound of it. Think of a game like Only Up, but not stolen assets, and an actual story and lore behind it. And more gameplay options too for people that want a bit more of an easier experience and people who want a bit of a harder experience. Fluffy Panda, 5 stream streak. How's it going? I need to do 2 things here. Well, I have the hiccups too. Wonderful. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. That looks good. I'd like if the player had a bit more of a straight-on shot to jump over there, but I don't mind if it's not that way. This will be the first really major spinning... Well, this will be the first spinning platform that the player sees, so I think we need to be a bit more chill about things. We're just going to let the player jump over to a crystal that is parallel with the wall. We'll place that about here. Sounds like a good concept. Terrible platform, so I know I can't play them myself. It's very special, but I'd love to watch multiple people play this. Yeah, so it'll be, you know, we'll have options. So you'll have like checkpoints. It is a precision platformer. It's going to be challenging, but for people that want a bit of an easier experience, they can. There's optional objectives that the player can complete to make things easier from level to level. There's no really like time pressure, so you can complete the game as short or as long as you want. But for people that do want a speed run or hardcore experience, that's also going to be here. You have a YouTube channel? Yeah, type in !YouTube. And that's mainly to see if the command still works. I don't know if it does. It should still work. Wait, oh, you were, quite, yeah, never mind. You weren't asking if I have one. You were saying in amazement that I have one. Maybe I should read the sooner things instead of the later things. And not be an idiot. I'm sorry, chat. Tim Kaine fanboy. I've reacted to like very few people on my channel. Only one has explicitly given me permission, and only one has been an absolute tosspot to me. Tim Kaine was the one that gave me permission. And that was very nice of him. And I try to respect his channel a bit with that. And not react to anything that is too new, for instance. Like when devs think how multiple people would like to play their games. You missed the discussion, said Unicorn Kitty. We were talking about Souls games. And there's a pretty popular discussion from some members of the community in those games where if you provide different ways for the player to play the game, then that means that you're not a good designer. That the game isn't good. I've heard that. Never understood that discussion, but yeah, or difficulty levels too, yeah. That just means that you don't know how to balance your game, according to these people. They're socialists. Wait, is that what socialism means? Player has to be able to climb up here and face getting knocked. Shouldn't be hardcore though, just there is that potential if you're not safe about it. but mostly that's not going to be it. I think we're fine. You can always catch yourself, and you always have that fall too. That's a pretty good introduction. There's not much of a risk. Hey, Bullshitty. If you missed a look what you're doing here, looks like you're trying to get Jesus on the cross. Yes, that's exactly what this game is about. There will be a default experience to this, but we're going to have a combination of both game modes and difficulty options. So you can select a game mode that might lock some things, but other things will still be available to customize. But like the default option, you can just customize completely, right? So there's hardcore, there's stuff to randomize, which is on, but you can turn off randomized solar flares for speedrunning because you wouldn't want randomization on that. You can auto skip things. Again, this is good for speedrunning. This is a pretty big part of the game where you have consequences for not repairing certain things. So for instance, if you don't repair the geothermal power plant here, which is optional, then the rest of the facility is on backup power and some things may not work. And so you'll have to take either longer ways around or it'll be more difficult to play. If you don't want that, you can turn that off. Build your own stations. Turning this to pre-existing will make the game a lot easier. There's emergency station airlocks, which are on by default. Game will be a lot harder with this off. Emergency station elevators, if you turn this off, it'll be a lot harder. So things like that. You're in Blender till 2 a.m.? Jesus. Calm down. But no, I'm doing well. Everything's good for us. Better than people in Minnesota at the moment. I don't want to talk about politics today. Or did some stylized character stuff. That's pretty cool. How big is this shaft? I don't think that's thick enough. That'd be pretty good. Well, actually it has to be a little bit thinner. I need to line the inside with tungsten. That's why I've left some gaps here. Okay, then the player will have to pop out up here due to a blockage, as the French say. And that doesn't need to be exact, but it should be about the same size as this one down here. Looks pretty accurate. We could always make the lining of this one and then just copy it up, and we can move this up to match. That's not a problem. And once we get up into the ceiling, we can do I can do a run through of the level, and you guys can tell me what you think of it. You have lots of actual disorders and brain issues. I'm sorry to hear that. I can get angry pretty easily too. I have to do better at managing my emotions sometimes. Especially in game dev. Need to like mentally mature a bit more in that regard. It's gonna be a game where you play for a couple hours every day. I intend the game to take about 6 to 10 hours to beat. It might end up being shorter, it might end up being longer. The most important thing for me is just making sure that it's fun. So if it ends up being a little bit different but still fun, I'm happy. If it ends up being too long or too short but unfun, then, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I think it could still come up a little bit more. Nah, actually, it's pretty good. First, I'm going to add DLCs. We're going to add potentially DLC. We will support the game with a lot of game modes. 100%. I don't know what DLC would look like for this game, but I should probably have some sort of image before too long. The game is pretty expandable in terms of like game modes, right? So you're on a tidally locked planet and you have solar radiation, but we even have some cool ideas for you know, like a dark side game mode, where instead of being on the substellar side of the planet, you're on the dark side of the planet and you only have backup power. So the facility is dark, it's more spooky. You can't turn the geothermal power plants back on. And on those kinds of things are, depending on how complex they are, they're pretty easy to do, and we can have some fun with that. Rex and Kotspur both work with me on the game. Rex and I are going to be doing mood boarding over the weekend, well, on Friday, and Kotspur will start to take a look into common UI over the weekend. People filter in and out, Bluster D. Without money, this is kind of where we're at. Yeah. Things happen. I mean, sometimes people return, but I mean, we had a lot of people filter in and out for Golden Chronicles. Without money, we just don't really have much of an option. I'm trying to get us there. Okay, and last but not least, might be a little bit hard to line up. Actually, I could just use this. I'll line it up easier. Okay. Ventilation shaft. Something should be holding this, though. I just don't know what. I imagine they usually have like a structure here to hold it, right? Wonder, I mean, what do these big ventilation shafts usually look like to hold up the fan? I wouldn't imagine it's just a big, long, cylindrical tube. It's probably just something like this, right? Imagine this, but wider. That's basically Redlock. At least for the main shaft. Yeah, I'm thinking we just use something to connect it. Or whatever. Doesn't have to be too crazy. This is just the level design anyway today, so I'm not gonna get my panties in a bundle about it. Looks good to me. It's pretty good speed. We'll just put some like some secret speedrunner way here. You could do it. I'm supportive of it. I don't know if it would really be faster, but fuck it, why not? I don't know if that would be climbable. Let's test it. Like, it should look just like a decoration. And the first thought of a player shouldn't be, hey, I can go this way. But for players that do think like that, you want to reward them with a challenging but time-saving route. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We just somehow need to make a pathway up on the outside here be faster than the one on the inside. The thing that takes the most time is climbing. If it's just straight running, it's pretty chill. What we could do is make this way skip the ceiling bit, although the ceiling bit is going to be relatively fast to complete. If we could get the player around here and like jump down, I think that would be doable. Oh, I know why I had that there. I remember now. That would be doable. That would be a really big time skip, but it would have to be pretty significantly difficult. Like, we need some challenging, maybe crystal jumps here. Something butt clenching. That, I think, will be too easy. That is not possible. I don't think. Oop. Yeah, see, man. It looks like it's meant for decoration, but you can actually run and climb it. Yes, that's exactly how this should feel. Because the main pathway is up here, out here, up in some chill caverns, nice simple walk, and then some falling platforming, and I don't know however we're gonna get the player over this way, but this is the intended main route. And this is an optional. Repair the geothermal power generators. I don't know if it should be near impossible, it should just be very challenging. It's still too, that's still too much. Like, yes, it's doable, but it's right at the cusp. I mean, the thing is, if the player misses, they probably won't die. So, I'm kind of okay with making that difficult. I mean, what would the player really lose if they fall here? What are we looking like? I mean, it is a bit of a loss. Like 1 minute, maybe. Waiting for that to come back is annoying. Dude, I made it. Totally didn't land in the lava. Now you lose more than a minute. You're losing like a minute and a half. But still, you're alive. It's better to lose a minute and a half than have to respawn all the way back there and do everything over. No, it's tough. It's good. It's good. It's good. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I don't think that sticks out enough. It's hardcore. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it ain't easy. Oops. I pressed space again. I don't know why I did that. By the way, we might have like more stuff for artistic purposes, but right now it's just the design. So if it kind of looks weird that this stuff is jutting out here, we might place some more smaller crystals around just to help make it blend in a bit. But right now it's just about the pathways. Yeah. There's gonna be a lot of decoration. This is just the level design pass, not the level art pass. Answer me. No, it's a fair question. Because right now it might look pretty barren. I think in some cases that's okay though, because it helps you to focus on the paths that you can take. So we don't want to hide it too well, but I think some of the optional secret paths should be visually hidden, because then that can increase the sense of discovery from it. It doesn't mean that it should be like invisible or so obfuscated that it's impossible to see, but if it blends in well that people look at it and don't immediately think there's a path there, perfect. Be a little bit too much. That might be a little bit too silly. I think technically though the player could mantle on it. I could say that the player can't, but I don't want to use that. I do have the ability to say the player can't climb on that mesh if we want. I don't want to do that too much though, because it would be, if the player thinks, oh, I can climb on anything that I can get to, but this one random thing I'm not allowed to, that doesn't make sense to me. You know, we want to use that sparingly. What if we had the player jump onto that platform again, but from up here? That'd be a pretty hardcore jump though. Theoretically doable. Pretty hardcore though. It's hardcore parkour. Land on the tiny thing achievement. If I jut this out more, we absolutely can hit that. We just need to match it up here somehow. So if we go like here over onto this, and then you can do like a jump over here somehow, absolutely we can do it. Absolutely. It does look doable. We'll see how much time it ends up saving, because if it saves a lot of time, then I think it's great. If it doesn't save too much time, we'll want to reevaluate. But the time saves only really matter for people who care about speedrunning, and I don't think there's any challenge. Like, this isn't RNG, right? They don't have to restart the game 10 million times to get the right hit here. They just need to be very skillful, and I think skill challenges or speedrunners are completely on the table. That's like the entire point of speedrunning. Glitchless. Is getting good at different sections until you can do it skillfully without even thinking. These are obviously squares right now, but these are intended to be like, you know, rocks, rubble, things like that, so. Just means we intend to have something here that the player can jump on. In order to test this, I kind of need to spawn up here. Even if the player lands here, I don't think they have enough time to jump over here, so we need to do something like that. Enough that the player probably can't jump from here to here to here. At least that's the intention. Because that's a bit too much of a time skip for one not too challenging jump. But I think the player could. Let's aim for like right here. Yeah, but then the player could just jump over to this. Do kind of need it on this side. Speedrunners are amazing. I could never meet them. Me neither. I mean, it sounds fun to find a game and just do like a casual speedrun, but okay, so it is doable. Is it possible to jump straight from this to the ledge? It is. No bueno. Potentially. You end up a little bit short. It is very satisfying. I think you end up a little bit short, so you are required to hit the platform. I jumped too soon, I think. Oh no, okay. It's not bad. It's challenging. It's not impossible. It's not 1 out of a million jumps. It is just a challenge. I mean, the stakes are pretty high at this point. If you fail here, you got like another 10 minutes of work to get back here, so assuming no failures. If I time dilate, I could test if it's possible to hit the edge jumping off of here. But I think even if it were, it would be a massive challenge. It would be more difficult, I think, to hit this here without hitting the moving platform than it would be to hit the moving. But I think I'm gonna if players can figure out how to do that, like near pixel perfect, totally for it. Totally for it. I don't know how big my mannequin is. I'm trying to avoid the problems I have with Golden Chronicles and just make sure that I'm constantly testing how big these jumps are before I place too many of them. That'd be a pretty long jump. It's doable though. Might be easier than I'm thinking. That's a bit of a challenge. You gotta get around the lip. Not super hardcore, but just additional skill check here. They don't hit your head. Move it a little bit more. We can have an easy one and then this one over here. We're gonna make a new type of timed platform too, because right now these are just the old disappear ones, so they sit still. And you know, you hit them and then they disappear after some time. I'm gonna make one that fits the lava theme a bit more, so when you stand on it, it starts to sink into the lava, but if you jump off of it, it raises back up. So it mimics the same effect of you need to jump off of this now, but with a more, I think, immersive spin to its design. That's pretty good. And then here we could do a crystal jump over to whatever is intended to be the main route this way. Doesn't have to be exact. I mean, I could test it all. It's gonna be kind of hard to do every bit of this without failing, but I can test it. It's assuming optimal conditions too. That one didn't count. I think it's perfect the way it is. It's just the faster I try to go, the more room for error there is. But that's exactly how it should be, I think. I don't know where this is. So wait till it respawns. Thanks for the resub, C-Spawn.
CSPon podkreślenie just subscribed.
Thanks, dude. I do that because the pop-up is annoying. What's the pop-up? Okay, it's about 1 minute. It's about 1 minute. I'm not perfect at this. I definitely took more time than is needed. And if you manage to get to that little crystal, by the time this thing respawns, it will take less time. To share anniversary? Oh. Are we married? I do like my chocolate dark. That's about 1 minute. Okay, so the optimal path, well, the intended path should be less, or it should be more than 1 minute then. And I think that's very doable. Very, very doable, because it's 1 minute to get to here. I'm all for it. It'd be nice to have some lights in here, but we can just throw like a working light in to say, hey, we need to light this up, you know? I think if there's been a large shear, rock shear into the ventilation shaft here, then we should have rubble and maybe a couple of lodged crystals, or crystals that are like shooting through the tungsten or something. I mean, it's tungsten, it should be pretty hard, but maybe these crystals are, you know, diamond. Or whatever they are a similar hardness scale to diamond and can puncture through. I don't know. Different planet, sci-fi, whatever it is. Lore-wise, we should say that this is a second ventilation fan. I think it'd be cool if it also works. Let's see why it wouldn't. Wrong button. Name tracks. Technically, Sad Unicorn Kitty and I have known each other for a pretty long time. Not personally, but... I mean, when was the first PBD playthrough that Liren did? A long time ago. Too steep. Never want to put grass. Well, it's because we haven't confirmed life on any exoplanet. And this one wouldn't. I promise you this one would not have grass. Unless it was some highly mutated grass that could survive, you know, 1000 degrees Kelvin. Oh, fictional. Well, this one isn't fictional. When you're working in cold, but were you there with the PBD playthroughs that Liren did initially? Lyron? I forget what he wants to call himself. That would have been like, 7 or 8 years ago. Weird that grass grows everywhere when you think about it. Pretty optimized plant, right? It's got pretty long roots. It's not very complex. It's just straight green. No flowering or... Well, there is technically flowering of grass. Very hardy. It's very hard to kill grass. Grows fast too. Hard to grow. It's easy to grow grass when you don't want the grass to grow somewhere, but very hard to grow it when you need it to be somewhere specific. And when you don't want to kill grass, grass dies very easily, but when you're trying to kill grass, it just won't go away. You put my name on a rock in your Colon Chronicles game? Unicorn Kitty was here? We can put you in the lore of this game too. Kansas doesn't have trees in Kansas? Nothing ever happens in Kansas, which means it's a good place to live. It never makes the news unless there's a tornado. I guess that's one of the reasons you probably shouldn't. How you doing, Ray Rami? Yeah, we'd have to like lodge a rock in here. And travel to the land of Oz from here. That's true. It's a pretty big plus. It's just a myth, huh? Hmm. Bit of an annoying jump. It is technically possible. It's not bad. This is just the LD part of it, so we don't need to get too, you know, if some things clip in a weird way, or if it would look interesting without blocks, don't worry. Just meant to be. There's rubble and rocks and crystals that fell from that collapse up there, and you're climbing up that. That's the important part. Yeah, I mean, we're also gonna have a really easy time connecting everything up. I own a plugin called Mesh Blend. So for these like natural interiors, this is no mesh blend. Everything is just flipping with each other in a ugly, gross way. With mesh. Ooh, it's good. So for things that we do need to blend like that, it should be pretty able to do. Easy. Didn't Don't Look Up get removed from Steam? What is Don't Look Up? that a threat? Get triggered off of everything. Humongous what? You mean only up? Angles are bad on this. Yeah, Only Up got removed from Steam because they were found to have stolen a lot of assets. Inside of this is reminding me of Geodes. Should be kind of how it is, yeah. If it's reminding you of Geodes, then we're kind of hitting the right vibe. Because you're about 2.5 kilometers beneath the surface of a very minerally rich planet. And this is exactly the mantle extraction layer that they were trying to build in order to start mining the most valuable materials. So this is exactly the right place. You like rocks? You like anime, 10 Unicorn Kitty? Because I have the perfect one for you if you like rocks and minerals. And you've probably already seen it. Highly recommend. There is a rock anime. It's actually really good. Yeah, it came out last year. It was really enjoyable. I'll put a link in it in chat for you. It's called Pokemon. You're like a Geodude enthusiast. You're like, this is my Geodude, and this is my another Geodude, and then what do we have here? Oh, that's another Geodude. What to all the rock Pokemon? I mean, the nice thing about this shaft is that if the player falls here, you know they don't lose very much progress, and it's completely safe. So we don't need to get too. We can get a little bit risky. Just fucked up. Hold on. My kind of shaft, little ton. Progress lost, even after fall. Shut up. How you doing, Roy? What's up? That's me. It's him. It's Micro Penis Games. That jump doable? Technically it is from there. Preferred only doable from here. Didn't find that funny? It's okay, I did. As long as one person finds my jokes funny, and I always find my jokes funny, then I will continue to say them. Good jump though. I don't like that because of the camera. You're gonna report my stream for sexually explicit? Okay. Go for it. Don't worry, Twitch doesn't ban actual sexual assaulters, so they're not gonna ban me. Also, are we labeled being sexually explicit? Yeah. Significant profanity or vulgarity. Is there any on here? Who? Who or what? Sexual assaulters, is that what was that another unfunny joke? Yeah, there's you. Ah, got him. I hope not. I hope nobody's a sexual assaulter. Yep, get your 50% off Proton Pass with our affiliate link. Even if you're a sexual assaulter. I don't know why that would be sticking out from the wall, though. It would be growing on the tungsten, you know? I have an idea. I have an idea. Oh, well, they don't really care. Roy. Why are you mad today? Are you from Minneapolis? Who touched you today? In a non-consenting way. You can report. I mean, nothing's gonna happen. You know that, right? know that. I hope. Maybe you don't. Because I haven't broken any rules of Twitch's conduct. Arguing with AI? It's true. You're not wrong. I think he's just a troll. But I'm okay playing him along with the troll today. We're just doing some chill block out, so. And we have another what, like 4 or 5 hours of the stream, so. Yeah, we're conversating, right? We're just being funny. Although I joke about, I joke about Twitch not doing anything, but seriously, I really wish they would do something. Is Nina Lynn still unbanned, or did she get banned again? I'll look up her channel, but I want to do it in incognito so that it isn't saved on my history. She got unbanned? Are you fucking serious? Oh my. Oh. Why is she unbanned? Like, I'd be upset if Twitch did ban people for, like, making a penis joke, but when you have actual sexual assaulters and thieves. What'd she do to get banned? She sexually assaulted a guy on stream. And the guy, like later came out and said that he didn't want it and was very uncomfortable when it was happening. I wouldn't recommend looking at that clip. It is very awkward. Right. And then she stole meat from Target, and it was pretty clear cut on video, on stream as well. And then she got banned for that, but she got unbanned like a week later or something. It was pretty recently. I think the sexual assault was fewer than 6 months ago, and then the stealing was a couple months maximum. Early 2020. C-Spawn would know. Yeah. Oh, well, there was also the TwitchCon incident with Emiru too, where there was some guy who got past security and sexually assaulted her at TwitchCon. And they were originally going to give that guy a 30-day suspension on Twitch as punishment. Did she do it with another stream named Zoe? There was another female there, and I think they were both at fault. I don't know the names of these people I only know Nina's name. The TwitchCon thing was separate, though. That was a different thing. Tap on the wrist as punishment. I really hope Emiru sues Twitch for that, because that wasn't even the first time that it happened. And yet she keeps going out there to see her fans. Unacceptable. Twitch biased? I would say that they are. I mean, I'm not like providing my legal assessment or anything, but I would absolutely say that Twitch is biased. It's biased in favor of women and non-white ethnicities. There's been a pretty long track record of that. Did he even get to touch her? Yes. Yes, he did. I don't think I'm not going to play the clip, but he did get to touch her, yeah. He tried to kiss her, and she was able to pull away. Although, didn't Twitch ban Rakai for stealing as well, but it was permanent? So I don't know. I think I think there's a stronger bias against just men, I would say. I mean, Alinity, there was the Alinity that back in the day threw her cat in a way that was very violent, and she got unbanned. There was Morgp was doing, there was a ton of women doing really sexually explicit stuff, and they got unbanned and are still streaming. There was also the woman who forgot to turn off her stream and showed her vagina straight into the camera on Twitch, and she ended up only getting like a 2-week suspension. But then there are plenty of guys that I think have gotten banned for like accidentally doing something. But Speed was banned not for something he did on Twitch, right? It was something off stream. But I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. It might have been the YouTube thing. His junk did come out, but that was, I don't think it was intentional, and he didn't, you know, he took his punishment. He said that was, I mean, that shouldn't have happened. I thought Alinity threw her cat, but she also had her dog hump her. I'm gonna go live and see me, man. Funnily enough, there is what's called the Asmongold Challenge, which is if you can masturbate on stream and not get caught or banned for it, that is the Asmongold Challenge. Don't do that. Don't do that, but it is a thing. And there's strong suspicion that there is one streamer who got away with it in a pretty flagrant way. Doing it right now. I'm blocking out and you're getting blocked up. Who? I don't remember. It was some, he was getting, supposedly he was getting a hand job from some lady, and it was pretty obvious. It wasn't Kai, no. I could look it up. Oh, hold on. Doing it on my other monitor. Can't find. Shit, I can't find it. It was a couple years ago, though. Yeah, I don't see it. How long does this take to climb up? It is Kai? Was that when he was in the kitchen? Was that him? Okay, it's about 30 seconds. That's not bad. Mafia-thon 1. I didn't know that was Kai. I don't really watch Kai, so I didn't know that was him. But if that's the same clip that I'm thinking about, then yeah, I think that there's a suspicion that he successfully did the Asmongold challenge. You don't believe he was getting it though? Schrodinger's hand job, okay? How do we want to move the player up out of this? Do we want maybe the player to have to fall a little bit? And do some like Minas Morgul type climbing up here? I think we could do that. Yeah, I'm thinking like where do we jump to once we get up here? Or maybe we should make the player think that they have to jump, but really they just have to fall. Accused Sexy Red of doing coke during Mafiathon 2. There's unfortunately a lot of people in the world that treat people differently for their skin color. It's pretty crazy to see. How big is the player? Lip culture? What do you mean people just like trying to get clips? Just farming engagement? You'll get riled up from clips they don't have the context of? Oh yeah, so true. I don't think people want context because context requires them to think. And it means that you might be wrong. That's too high of a jump. Remember huge opposition to just chatting and girl streamers who were not gaming? Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Twitch isn't just about gaming. But I don't think that the site... I don't think it was trying to prevent kids from seeing that content because it made Twitch money. And it took a lot of pressure for them to do anything about it. Go a bit higher. Oops. I wonder if these being curved does have a little bit of an issue with it trying to push the player. Annoying bug with the character movement controller, which Mover should fix, but Mover is not out yet. Yeah, there's not enough room for the player to stand up there, so it's kicking them off. don't know why that's failing. Huh. I feel like the capsule would be hitting something. There's more than enough room for the player to jump. It could be the initial downward trace is still failing. No, it's something else. Is there enough standing room up there? Oh, no, there isn't. I thought that would be okay. Okay, that's better. Hey Ma, how you doing, room size? I don't like what I just we need some camera fixes. It's not important to do right now, but I don't want the camera to be the enemy of this game. Put it that way. This new Michelin game, yes. We have gotten sponsored by Michelin. I wouldn't mind a, you know, like Uncharted style camera for this. I just don't know if you know where like the camera pulls back here and follows the player up. But an inconsistent camera I don't think is going to work for this genre of game. What we really need is just a closer over-the-shoulder camera in a situation like this. To where it's like here or something. I don't know. I don't know. Mikasawa, who's that? Hard to platform if all you see is ass, I agree. Agree. There's a bit of a skip here, I guess, if you want. Jump from up here to here. That's cool. I'm all for it. A little bit too hardcore. Oh yeah, I'm into it. Why don't you do a micro game a day challenge for a week straight? Would that be a fun, beneficial challenge? Could be. I don't know what I could really get done in a day, though. I've considered checking out Game Maker and seeing if we can make a game. Something super simple and short in that. Coming up with the game ideas beforehand? Yeah, we're just gonna get lucky. Wake up with great inspiration. Easier said than done, isn't that? Hmm. Let's do this. Too high. Not too high, but it doesn't feel great. Bad. Not like clipping into the shaft, is it? No. I assume that's enough space for the player. Might be the same issue as before, though. Oh, no, it's not too. Okay, that'll get the player a little bit further up. Not negative scaled, is it? No, it's okay. It'd be nice here, instead of doing only extrude, we do some intrude. It'd be nice to set things into the wall here. That's gonna be kind of annoying to make. Actually, not too bad if we use this face. Yeah, I have an idea. I have an idea. Let me just see if this is flammable before we go further. It gets a little stuck here. Crouch easy. Oops. Don't do that. Play Takes Two? No, I haven't, because my wife won't play those. If the game isn't Sims or Crusader Kings, she doesn't really have an interest in it. She's not going to be good at it. That one's a little bit tough. Move it in. That's too high up now. I think that angle is still walkable. You can jump. A little tough. It's a little tough. You dislike the Michelin Man, don't worry, he's gonna be replaced by a proper character. Do not worry. There's just no immediate need to. Don't worry about that. Probably quarter 2, quarter 3 of 2026. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, she's a Polish woman, okay? So because she's a woman, she has to like Sims. I mean, that's just required. And because she's Polish, she has to like medieval grand strategies, because that's like training that Polish people do. It's either that or modern military games, like war games, to prepare for, you know, an eventual Russian invasion or Germany again. Yeah, Rumsize is Polish. Is anything I'm saying wrong? I found it crazy when I moved here, but it really is just a universal truth about Polish people. They either want to tell you about their medieval history or tell you about how they've been training to counter a Russian invasion. And Gothic, yeah, and Gothic. They all have played Gothic at least 3 times. Yeah, do this. Speak Polish though? How many people have you actually talked to? Most people around my age speak English as like a second language. At the very least, at a good enough level to have a conversation. And anybody in game dev probably knows how to speak English, because it's pretty much a mandatory language at most studios. Learn out the Japanese code. Most international coders do code in English, but there is support for other languages when coding, I believe. The Japanese might choose non-English, actually. The non-zero chance. Small overseas. I wanna move the player up. I want to move the player up through here. And maybe out one more time before jumping up again. I don't know, it'll be a little bit tricky. It is a cave hole. We like holes here. Every hole is a goal. You have to translate the code for mods? I don't know. I can only tell you Polish people do not code in Polish. Rocks and holes. So we have this open. I think we could. $25's a pretty good angle for that. It doesn't need to look amazing right now, but it just needs to move the player in the direction that we intend to move them in. I don't know how that looks. A lot more walkable than I kind of intended. We could pull the inner wall in by like half. Or whatever this is, just... It's that rock, isn't it? Yeah, we can move that over. Language called Logo, and there was Logo Komeniusz, which was Polish command, so... Was it really? Pretty funny. I'm really scared for my parents to visit because I will have to very, very, very carefully make sure that they do not accidentally say like some Russian word here, or make any, just don't make any mention of Russia in any way other than negative. Otherwise it's dangerous. I don't think they know any Russian. I don't know. I don't know. I hope not. It'll be better for them if they don't. Suspicious. Well, okay, so some places, okay, the biggest danger one is like some places translate pierogi ruskie as Russian dumplings, but they're really Ruthenian, something like that. But then on the, like an English menu, it'll say Russian dumplings, and it shouldn't say that. Yeah, I think they would just want to know some basic Polish to be nice. If we spend some time in like Kraków or Wrocław or anything, I don't think anybody is ever going to need them to speak Polish, but yeah, I think most countries they greatly appreciate the effort in trying, even if you don't get it accurate or you can't say everything. Because I think it just shows respect. Oh, I don't want to move that. The French, well, the French hate themselves. Why does Poland hate Russia? The whole friend of Hitler thing? There's a lot of reasons. There's an awful lot of reasons. A lot of shared atrocities and traumas that people in this region have towards Russia. Like if you ask people in Poland who they hate more, Nazis or Soviets, they're gonna say yes. But nowadays, I don't think most people in Poland have a negative view of current Germany, and certainly don't blame younger Germans for Nazism or anything. Can the player fit in there? I like it being non... If I move this down a bit, it'll be fine. Oh yeah. You can still walk around in this though. Still taller than I kind of intended it to be. List of wars involving pod. Of course, there's a wiki page for that. It's just gonna. If you stand in Poland and looked east or west, your blood pressure instantly starts to go up. But I think most reasonable Polish people are able to discern that, you know, most Russian citizens aren't, they're, you know, citizens aren't their government. I should probably clarify that the hatred is primarily for Putin, for just the average oppressed individual who can't choose where they're born. That's true, yeah. Well, just anything, yeah, any communism and anybody who was part of the communist occupation of Poland. Ain't no love for that. Where'd my light go? We'll have to put some proper lights in here at some point. Well, you know what's funny is in like the US, you are taught that the allies of World War II were good guys entirely, and Russia came and helped the Americans and the Brits save the day. What you're taught. There really isn't, at least there wasn't for us in our school, there wasn't the focus of discussing the Iron Curtain and the occupation of the Soviets in Europe after the fall of the Nazis. The nice thing is, if you ever live here, if you ever visit here, just you can. The nice thing is you can ask literally any single Polish person, can you sit down and tell me the history of communism in your country, and you'll get a good picture of what happened. There's a very good education on it here, and everybody knows it. Their parents lived through it. Their grandparents lived through it. If their grandparents are old enough, they also lived through the Nazi occupation. Most people had relatives that were in concentration and death camps, sadly. Yeah, I think they're very willing to. They're willing to discuss it. You know, it's this shared atrocity that unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, brings together the. Let's put it this way. You know how those polls show that a lot of people in Western countries couldn't point to like a death camp on the map, or could only name one or two of them, or some people might think that the Holocaust isn't real. And you get some of those loonies in Poland, of course, too, because loonies are everywhere. But having, you know, being on like ground zero for the atrocities from both regimes, these people will never forget. They will never forget. And they will never let it happen again. And if you go visit like Auschwitz or something, which I do recommend, not going to be a fun day, but you know, it's something important. It's important to see the worst possible depths of humanity and realize that anybody is capable of being a part of that if driven to the right extremes, if pushed in the right, you know, buttons, if made to fear for their lives for some reason. I like the idea that you have to grab this to get out of this place, but also you can then climb it afterwards. Like it's the same crystal. That'd be cool. And you like get out here and you have to... I'm almost worried we should probably make this even harder than this other route that we put out here. Is it theoretically possible to jump over? Probably not very easily. And you would have already wasted time getting up here anyway, that this wouldn't be much of a time save at that point. Like this was like 30 seconds. This is a lot of climbing, so probably another 30, 40. I don't know. You won't forget, just takes time. Could be. You could be very sadly right. For younger people, 30 or less, communism is just a word. Not so much taught in history lessons. Really? In Poland here? No. Is there in college for history? I don't think anyone under 30 should be taken serious with what they say about history. I kind of like that. Speaking as a former 30-year-old and younger person, as a former baby, I don't think anyone under 30 should be taken seriously about just about anything. I don't even feel properly qualified to be an adult at 31. Yeah, they do skim a lot of history in school, yeah. And I mean, learning about, like, the horrors of let's say, Auschwitz from on the other side of the world does not prepare you for walking. You know, you see like the train tracks on pictures, right? And it's horrifying. But then when you stand there, it's almost like you shouldn't be standing there. You know, you kind of question like, why are they allowing me to stand here? It's not like you accidentally stepped on somebody's grave at the you know, at the graveyard. It's very not in a good way. Against that. We learned about Stalin and Houdini. Those are two names I never would have expected to be next to each other. I don't know. I mean, I think that schools, they focus on like local history, right? So if you grew up in, I don't know, Arkansas, you know, you're gonna learn about like state history, state governance, then your country, and maybe a little bit about Canada and Mexico and the basics about Europe. If you grow up in Europe, you're gonna learn primarily about your country's history and Europe's history, and then basic American history. It's just, they kind of teach, I think in most cases what you are most likely to need, but that doesn't always cover the most important, or, you know, they can't anticipate somebody moving halfway around the world and just teach everybody that thing just so that one person is prepared for the rest of life. Even enough crawl space. That's interesting. Jumping, you hit your head. What if you just... Oh no, because there's not enough room for the player to stand. You theoretically roll. Forgot that ragdoll is actually turned on this. I completely forgot that the ragdolling was on. I don't want ragdoll. I don't think we want ragdolling in this game, but I completely forgot about that. I haven't checked the board game of Darkest Dungeon now. Upward. You meant Mussolini. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Now those are two names I would expect to see next to each other. Although I do think Houdini is way more funny. Rapper. Yes. How do you do, fellow kids? How do you do, fellow fascists? Who are we oppressing today? Oh, that's annoying. I'm maybe a bit racist against penguins. I don't like penguins. They're fucking annoying. They serve no purpose, and they just stink. It kinda works. I don't know if I need that even. I don't. Okay, it should be better now. Although I did need that there. Actually, I don't need that there. Okay, we're close. We're close. Oh my god. This is a very long level to make. It's a good thing though. Why is one of my tags cancel me, please? It's a challenge. I say a lot of crazy stuff and you have to try to get me canceled. I think Hitler wore a wig. Dude, that'd be wild if he did. At the end of the day, he's just another balding middle-aged man. He's just like me for real. Wait. I mean, the levels of this game do take a lot of time to make, but to remind myself, it doesn't matter, as long as it's fun, that's the most important thing. So relatable. Ooh woo. Hey, what was the... Oh yeah, this was the... Hold down. What would Hitler's top 10 anime have been? Attack on Titan? I think he would have liked Tanya the Evil as well. Like how we have all of that just for a minute and a half of gameplay. Everything from the bottom of this vent up for a minute and a half. Tanya the Evil's good, you're trying to read the novels. You know what I really liked about Tanya the Evil that I didn't expect? I thought it would just be like, okay, meme, isekai, loli, kills communists, okay? You know, okay, I can sit down and just relax with this. But then they bust out political discussions, and there's so many characters. And like battle plans and tactics. Never would have expected that. It's a very fun but silly show. My girlfriend turns into a B-2 bomber. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Daddy.
Guys having fun. Okay, we can get the player up into here, and we just wanna make some nice visuals. This should just be a walking section. Like honestly, just walk until you have to fall kind of thing. But just something nice for visual purposes. Wouldn't you have enough points to do it, C-Spawn? And you're trying to get other people to spend their points.
Retard alert! Retard alert, class!
To spend their points?
I'm gonna come.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm.
Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
Shiitake?
An open question.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm. Mushrooms can too. Shiitake?
Like this. I've given you too much power. She sounds like she's on. She sounds like she's on those mushrooms. You didn't harvest shiitake. I don't know if we want any time skips here. I mean, we've already introduced 2 time skips today, right? This one. Technically this one. A short one though. I could lower the size of this. Need be. It's not jutting up so much. Okay, it has to jut up a bit though. That's our maximum. I think we might make like a kind of casual jump here. Hop over to this. Get the fuck out of Dodge this way. Couple of chill walks. And then we can have our dropping. And whatever we do here, then the optional is exit from. Or I shouldn't say optional exit, but the exit from the optional section is going to connect back up there. We'll put some like super simple walls up. But I think this will just be like a little crevice escape. How big is the player? Yeah, I actually really like that. And that's where the player will fall onto something. We'll make it hard to, you know, miss whatever they fall onto here. Probably just like crystal or something. That specific fall should not be checked. Technically from here the player could jump back to the... I don't know if this would even be doable backwards, but... maybe? We'll worry about that when we build it. Bowling can be generally easy, can't it? There's quite a lot that you could skip by bowling if you know where to fall. Do I have a problem with that? Not really. Not really. I think you realize the other night is that the game Windfall is using the same MMO framework I have, and seeing what they did to that game was something. Video one-to-one clone with cash shop quantity features over quality and client-side hacking. Oh, wonderful. I remember hearing about that game, but then I stopped hearing about that game. I imagine that those are some of the reasons why. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. And then we can get that top section roughly blocked out. We're making good progress. Here be. Pretty warm in here. Ugh. Where's my music? You bitch. Yep, I'm back. So peace. Shut the fuck up. KCD 100%. You got this one. Yeah, it's an easy one. I don't care about that hole. Don't care, didn't ask. Okay, that's not the song. However, the song you can't get, so what I did for this was I took you go to Cage Insider. It's not exactly Skylets. Cute sound effects, grunt to groan. You can see what I'm looking up. Kingdom Come. This is the music of towns. And what I did was I took all of the nibbles and atmospheres for towns and combined them into one song. And same for the other. So like I have one Talmberg song, but it's just made up of these 5 tracks spliced together. But this one's one of my longer ones. This one's at 15 minutes. I didn't really want to listen to like 30 seconds of a little one of these little nibbles. So it's much nicer to have the longer title. I should probably do the same thing with these as well. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. Hoping I can make that look okay. I just don't know if there's enough space up there to jump. No, there should be more than enough. Oh yeah. If you actually press the jump button, that is. I know how good AI music sounds today, probably advanced all the time. It's good for meme tracks. It's good for the memes. Yeah, the player can poke out of there. That doesn't need to be too crazy. Could funnel the player in. Yeah, we'd have to put another one in there somewhere. It's fine. Let's chill at least. Maybe I'll just become a level designer. Use this as my portfolio reel. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not gonna care too much about getting the sides up here looking good. Just need to provide baseline understanding of where the player will actually be here. I mean, we could spend all day putting rocks on the walls and all that, but it's not. I would like it to feel as if there is just even more lava up here. So we'll need to hide that. Okay, that'll be good. That'll be good. Didn't need to do that, but I did it. Pull that in. Put that there. Players shouldn't be able to climb up that. I think that's too steep. I'm gonna funnel the player this way. Couple short, few short, simple hops. Actually more tricky because now if you sprint you might go past it unless you start the jump earlier. Also the foot IK makes that look a little bit weird. We gotta fix the feet. There's actually quite a few things about the animation of this character that we need to fix. But it's just in the animations, thankfully, and not in the control of it. Ugh. Wrong way. Will that jut out? These should feel just a little bit more open-ish. And then here we can get back to claustrophobic. Oops, I covered it. I can cover part of it, I suppose. It's bigger than I think, so. Almost, I'm gonna need a light down here. I mean, what we can also do is just place like a little bit of lava or something. I don't know. We can use natural light. I don't mean when we need to place a light here, that it needs to be a point light. We'll find some way to hide it better. Alright, let's get the roof over this. Yeah, I think without level art, it looks very much okay. Although I do kind of wish this was on like an angle. Even if just slightly. Gotta block that up for the light. Good enough. We could definitely make it more visually interesting, but that's just not the purpose of what we're doing right now. But as it's intended to be, what the fuck? Oh. I did want that there, didn't I? Did I? Oh no, I don't think that was meant to be there. I am okay with it squeezing the player through, but too much. Hard to see anything. Or yellow. That needs to be blocked. I don't like that jump. I'm gonna widen them. It looks weird with the IK and they're really not meant to be this crazy. That is better. This will leave, I don't care. That's a fun fall. I like that. What does that look like? I want it to be closer. It's good enough for now. Good enough for now. As long as it's not poking through the bottom down here. Yeah, a little bit, but nothing that I'm worried about. A level art issue at that point. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I don't imagine that this section takes any more than 15-20 seconds. That's fine. You know, you're coming off of doing all this, so I feel like you've earned a little bit of a reprieve here. This is your chill and relax moment. Actually longer, like 30 seconds. And I think here we could just make some risky falls. You really just have to be able to end up about down here, so. And I mean, at that point, it's probably enough room to... I don't know, we could give the player a couple of moving platforms to jump between here. And if they're really skilled, they could just jump from the top. Totally fine with that. Cool. Yeah. I kind of wish I had made these cubes nanite. I think it is affecting VSM performance, but I don't think it's that bad. No, it's really not that bad. It's still pretty damn good. I mean, if you're not running on TSR, that could even bring it down further. Yeah, goes down to TAA at that point. At that point, it's just Lumen being the hog here, but we're still under 5 milliseconds for GPU time for rendering this. Kicks aren't bad either. Yeah, it's at this point, this game as it exists right now could run on some pretty potato computers. Which is not bad. That does kind of say that they have improved Lumen quite a bit. And I think that we benefit greatly from just having such large emissive objects that the room itself is very well lit. So we're able to avoid a lot of like lighting noise that you would get with default settings. It's not perfect by any means, but it's a lot better than it could be. Mostly there's just ghosting. There's just temporal ghosting issues due to the exposure. This looks shippable. It definitely, if you guys don't have the greatest computers, you will be able to experience the block out. I just have to make sure that we properly stream things that we have here. I've never made a world this large with world partitions, so I just don't know how to ensure that we're properly streaming things in the right order. Do not know. But we'll do that before putting out a build of this level. There's a few checklist things that we need. Yeah, I mean, I feel the exact same way. I don't hate the primitive blocks. I really don't. And you know what we might do is, while in early access, we might release on either a separate branch or something the blockout version of levels, so that people can play them while we are, like, maybe we'll try to remain like 2 levels ahead, so we'll always have 2 levels blocked out, and we're gonna get feedback on the first one, and we'll start doing the art pass once feedback looks good, but we'll just tweak the blockout of level 2, and then once that one's done, you know, we can move on to blocking out the other one. So we'll remain like 1 step ahead. That way we could release blockout versions of each maps. We could keep a blockout variant. I don't know. We'd still need to make the blockout version playable. I don't know. Yeah, it would be kind of annoying to have to keep it updated. At a certain point, you know, adding, I guess, you know, one or two platforms to tweak based on feedback. You know, we don't need to go through like the whole blockout phase again. We'll see. Because I can doesn't mean I should yet. I agree. Look, if we make millions of dollars from this, sure, I'll do it. I'll put a penis in the game, okay? I'll do whatever you want me to do. We can make blockout versions. We can make Redlock 2 Electric Boogaloo. We can make Blue Lock, but with fewer gay men playing soccer. Penis mentioned your alert system is activated. No, I'm just memeing, but I don't think it's a unenjoyable idea to share the blockout version in the shipped, like, final build of the game as like a separate game mode. I think that's really fun. But I think we would try to aim for that post-release so that we can like ensure that we have enough money to do so, but also we'll update the blockouts so that they're playable and have proper boundaries. When is this going to be textured? Any idea? Initial work will start with the next milestone. We need to get the meshing done first. And then we can texture it all. It'll be this year. It'll just be... It'll be a while from now. We're gonna go blackout, feedback, additional mechanics, feedback. We are making a beautiful corner. That's being done in this milestone. I think I closed it on it. I did. Wait, did I? Oh no, I did. Beautiful corner is being done here. Rex and I are going to start on the mood board this weekend on Friday, and then we're going to start on the mood board once we feel happy with that. Or on the beautiful corner once we feel happy with that. And I want to start branding a little bit early So we're gonna get the logo done. Once we have like a few screenshots, and we can even, you know, if we want a screenshot, I don't know, of this level from this view, right? Then we'll just focus on texturing and meshing things here, even if they're not perfect, just to get some screenshots out that do resemble the game, so we can start building it up. Throw a Steam page up. I should have done that earlier with other games. I'm gonna do it earlier now. But I do want to show actual screenshots of, you know, work in progress alpha gameplay footage. Although it wouldn't really be alpha, it would be like pre-vertical. I think a lot of studios do use alpha though, because more players understand what an alpha means than they understand what pre-vertical slice means. But I think I will state pre-vertical specifically to be true and accurate, and not... If people want to know what that means, they can always hop on stream and ask. That's my outlook on it. It'd be cool to have some moving platforms here too. Something that moves around here. Let's get those down. Not climbable. Follow spline directly. Let's keep it at 2 meters because I don't know what we're going to do yet. Kill at destination. This one will respawn. Give it 2 seconds. That'll be the control spline. I don't really know where it would be coming from. I'll worry about that later. Is that too high up? Lower it a little bit. All right, there we go. It'd be ideal if that's the one the player gets on first. And that can ride out this way. And then we could do... We'll need to match the player up to that. We could do one that like comes this way. The player has to jump backwards.
Daddy.
How's it going, Rex? Yeah. Okay, so that'll be the control. Let that one chug along. Like a log ride at a theme park. Pretty hardcore log ride. I don't mind being a little punishing with this if you fail, just because you do have quite a significant amount of time to watch them and to recognize their pattern. And I mean, really, it's the player's fault if they don't do that. So. Not my fault. I don't remember what direction we wanted this to come from. It would be nice if the player could see it, though. When it spawns, they can kind of figure out when they should and shouldn't jump onto it. We spawned it around the midway point. Oh, I have a diabolical idea. It would be horrible. So I'm gonna do it. That's the kind of game this is. I don't like what what it would do to the view here, though. It would obfuscate too much. Doing it in the corner would be better. I want to have it so that the platform is has just enough space to go under. And of course it will, flip through anything if we want it to. But from a realistic standpoint, it has just enough space to go under, but you'll have to jump off and then catch up to it. But we'll do it in like the corner or something over here. I think that'd be way more interesting over there. Here we'll keep it open so that you can actually see it better as you're falling down. Go like that. It would be cool to have one like go under some lava and come out again. This looks complicated. It's like our relationship. I don't know what I want to do with this. I want the player to have to jump backwards onto this one. So like if we start it like right here and it pops out, the player jumps back and ride this. And then I can do another one. Gonna make my life easy here. Bonk. I mean, should be doable. Looks like a nutsack. Okay, let's get it sorted out from like a event standpoint. This at time percentage. I mean, it would be like 0.35. Would start lava pool 2. Lava pool 2 on finish. Well, hold on. Lava pool 2 at roughly the same point. It starts lava pool 3. And then lava pool 2, wait on start. 0.1 respawn, kill at destination, respawn and kill. Follow spline directly. Let's set it to 2 meters a second. And then this one. Same setup, wait on start. What does that look like? Player can start jumping to it about now. Most optimal jump is around here. We can start that a little bit later. Not bad though, not bad. Or a little bit sooner, I don't know. But we'll try a little bit later. Okay, that'll start again. It's important that number 2 finishes by the time number 3. It's not bad, but it needs tweak. We're gonna try the second one sooner. The first one later, second one sooner. Do it. This one might be better later too, but we'll see. Should be like it doesn't have to be that much later. We'll try 0.36. It just has to not clip. It can be close, it just shouldn't clip. We'll try like 0.36. This one, okay, that's nice. That gives you enough time to jump. We're gonna modify each of those by 0.1. I mean, I'd rather do it sooner because then you just have more time to react to it. But like I mentioned, the player can watch this beforehand. These timings are the same. And assumedly this one is just fine because that would only start once this one hits here, which wouldn't happen soon enough. Like, I'd almost rather have it start back here. I don't think it's bad. I just need to try it. It only kind of sucks because you can't see where it's about to go. Not horrible. It'll be a little bit easier if we can do some painting on the material to like show some flows, which should be pretty easy. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Rex. Tilting the block's intentional. It's not. I can fix it. It's not really. I don't know if you like it or not. I can fix it by telling them to follow the world's up vector. And when they go under, okay, so let me actually not world up vector, but rather yeah, the same as spline actor should force them to. I think sometimes it's interesting, but sometimes it's not. You like it? This will prevent. Well, this will also not have them rotate towards point. I think I did debate adding a famous spline XY movement type, which we could add pretty quickly. And that would lock the yaw. I can reduce the amount of tilting, but I kind of like it because it does make it seem realistic, and on top of that, it makes you a little bit worried that it's about to go under. But let's worry more about it once we put the right meshes in, because we don't have the right meshes at the moment. So maybe it'll be okay with like larger rocks or with something differently shaped. Well, technically, I could make these platforms icy. You know, of course, logically that wouldn't make much sense, but I could make icy platforms that tilt and turn. And you have to try to stay on. I think people would not like that, though. Ask me. Can you jump up there? It would depend on what side of the platform you stand on, then I'm on board with that. I think it 100% could be done. Oh, what I'm meaning, Frades, is that we can have a version of this in maybe like some other part of the facility where it tilts and it's icy, so you have to, and it will, you know, you'll start falling down the side if you don't correct the gravity, correct for the gravity, so. Yeah, I'm okay with it like almost capsizing. Being more like a little bit of a lean just for immersion purposes, but not enough to, you know, flip it over, because that might be a little bit too hardcore. But for visual standpoint, if the player is detected to be on it, we could wobble it. I'd probably fake it though, instead of, you know, actually adding buoyancy, of course. Because faking it would be much cheaper. Owie wowie. Like a sexual thing. The player can get up here. We don't want like a time skip here, right? No, because this is already the time skip route, so... If the player can get up there, sure, but there's not going to be anything up there. We don't need additional time skip on our time skip. It's gonna be a hard job. That should be doable if we get him close enough to the wall. I would think. I'm running out of interesting ideas to do here with the lava. I feel like I'm kind of exhausting all the possibilities here. That's an okay thing though, because this is the last. The next area is going to be mostly facility, without really any lava up there. Might have a little bit more lava on level 5, but not a whole lot. It'll be more just cavernous. And then facility, and then level 4 and up is just pretty much straight facility. Maybe a couple sections take you out for the sake of go out of this destroyed wall and then come back in after, you know, seconds. Add a lava waterfall you need to go by. I think we have that, but that'll be at the end of this level. Over here. We do have that one. You know what I haven't done today? Saved all my work. That would have been nice to do. More of a wide curtain with a small cave behind. Let's do that for level 5. I do like that idea. But because level 5 will be more cavernous than lava cavern is, I think it would be a good place to do that. This will be the lava level. Next will be a little bit of lava, but mostly cavern, and then the cryo facility too, I believe. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, so we'll have to go through the Because we have water synthesis, and that's going to be this up here is water synthesis. And then we could probably immediately do water treatment. Or do the tungsten and silicate mining and then water treatment after that with cryo storage on the top. And then a brief excursion from cryo storage through the rare earth element mining gallery. And that'll be pretty cool because there'll be automated lasers working on that level to mine. Be pretty fun for visuals. And then R&D. Big sinkhole. That'd be kind of cool. I want to do the hyper mega bismuth crystal too. That you climb up on the next level. We'll have lots of cool ideas to make simple platforming interesting. Hopefully. Are we okay with that? It's not difficult, but it is a little risky. Probably need to remember this is meant to be a challenging game. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Hey chat, are we okay that this challenging game has challenge? Ian Takahashi would say no. I don't know if that jump is too much. I think it might be a little bit too much. We'll see. Oh no, those jumps are easy. Except that I don't think it thinks the capsule can fit up there. Well, that's weird. It absolutely should fit up there. I think it's a little finicky if you're hugging the wall. I know why too. I know exactly why. And that might need to be something we fix about our jumping check. It takes your forward vector into account to check, and because you're not aiming, if you're not aiming directly at the platform, even though any normal player would argue that you should hit that, if you're aiming like here, you won't grab. If you're aiming directly at it, you will grab. I almost feel like we should take the players you know, forward vector into account. Of course. And now we're doing the downward trace. And that moves as the player moves in front of your head. And then we do the capsule check, so if we hit something here, we do a capsule check above to see can we stand up there. But we should probably fire vectors this way too and do capsule checks. I need to think about that one. What do you do when people select the hardest difficulty and then complain the game is too hard? I don't mind challenge, but I'm also not a fan of the way that some games do their difficulty. A little frustration is motivation, but too much frustration is demotivating. Especially if it's frustration that I can't mitigate or skill past in some way. I mean, this would still be a pretty significant time skip even if you did it this way, wouldn't it? 'Cause the whole shaft was like 30 seconds. I don't know how much time it takes to go up past that, but it's probably a few minutes. Still, you'd have to do the challenging parts, because the only one that you can really skip is that first one. And that's far from the most challenging jump here. Unless you can make that. Which maybe you could from like up here or something, but... It's not easy. It's definitely not a guarantee that you're gonna make that. That one you have to be sprinting. Yeah. Went past it. The older you get, the less challenge you want. At least that happened to you. Now you have the story mode difficulty, but getting there. I think I want, you know, I don't mind the challenge, but I want a game to respect my time. Let's put it that way. Like, I would play this game, and I would select options that would respect my time a bit more. You know, I'm not going to play on, like, hardcore mode. I'm not going to be super crazy about having to manage my resources. I'm not going to speed run or anything. Other people will want that. Other people will do that. But I would just kind of casually play and get past sections and take every checkpoint that I can get. That one's a bit tough. Meant to be, though. That's a nice skip. Little extra skip. I don't think you could jump all the way over to the other crystal, though. Competitive FPS is enough for your itch. Single players to relax after work. Did you play Arc Raiders by chance? Or did you try it? Because that, if you play solo, super chill. And like everybody's friendly. Enough people are friendly that you can make more progress than the PvP players, even if you occasionally die. I'll show you a tweet I liked. And this was my average experience about 90% of the games I played in solo. I didn't like it actually, I have to find it out. Oh my god, that is porn. This is like the average solo experience.
Hell yeah.
I think it's worth. I really. Not only is it a really fun game, but solos is super chill. Yeah, I think they've confirmed at this point that they have aggression-based matchmaking. So if you might have your first few games that might be determining how you play, but if you don't if you don't like attack on sight and you don't kill other players, it will match you with people that are like that. Yeah, which I think is amazing. Okay, that's doable. We've made quite a bit today. We made this entire section here. We made the air vents, the way up, roof area. That was pretty easy. Secret time skip here, then this here. And we still have a couple hours left. I just don't know what I want to do over here. We kind of wrote in the lore, or we're putting here, that the main walkway was this way, over to the geothermal power. So I doubt we would have that over this way. We also need to ask ourselves if there would be another... If this is meant to be the main shaft, then a lot of our work needs to be done considering that. Because there would be a central elevator to the main shaft. I mean, we could move the player back this way, as kind of we were intending to. And this was meant more to just be a mining lift down to the complete bottom. And maybe even the direct lift that they were intending to use. tungsten platform walkway. Some area. Recent working zone. Mining lift between bottom and geothermal. Backup. Mining element. Emergency power. That way we can explain why this one was still connected and functioning versus would it be interesting? That'd be fucking annoying. We can put another elevator here. We can. Do we want to have some elevators that don't work if power was not turned back on to the geothermal power plant? There's pros and cons to each. Like, number one, it makes turning them on more significant and interesting. Or not turning them on too, I guess, makes it significant and interesting, but just in a negative way. It does potentially interrupt speed runs where I guess they would have to determine, is it faster to turn it on or to skip it? How do you do level design? Do you just wing it, or do you have a very clear plan of each platform room needed? Mostly the first. I have a plan of what each room is based on the design of the Redlock facility. I don't know what I'm going to do until I start making it, though. And that's where I just kind of intuitively throw things in and be like, oh, this would be cool. Let's do this. And then I just see if it's fun or not, right? And I try to put some pacing in. So it's like some areas that are more chill, some areas that are more, you know, butt clenching. Like if you're platforming in this, the worst thing is you fall, you lose 10 seconds of work. But you know, you fall up here and maybe you get caught, maybe not. Game will be entirely handcrafted. Final game is entirely 100% handcrafted. I don't believe we'll use any procedural tools, but it wouldn't be for anything other than decoration if we did. I guess let's just get the player here first, and then we can determine how we want to get up to the next area. And if this takes us the other 2 hours, which it might, depending on what we do here, then we can always save that for tomorrow. I can sleep on it and think about what we want to do. Here. This can be a bit of a chill area, right? They just finished doing platforming here. We'll leave this open. I'm not going to put anything to platform on here. We have this lava fall, so it would be a really good way to do some more moving platform. And like I mentioned, I kind of want to do one where the player will jump off at a certain point, run, and can catch up, and then jump back onto it. So I want one that goes underneath, but the player can't crouch. For reference, this is me just winging it. Me like, maybe it would be cool. Thanks for playing chill and low volume music. Watch a lot of dev streams. A lot of them play annoying music. Hard to work at the same time. They play like music to like get them in the flow and keep them active and energized. The only downside to the calming music is it kind of makes me tired sometimes. But I just don't think I could maintain like 7 hours of just, you know, let's fucking go. Let's play some Doom music. BFG. There are a bunch of retro music. I can see how too much retro music would get annoying. I've had some people say that I shouldn't stream my music track. I haven't, I don't know, I just... Like, then you guys could play whatever music you want. But I think it's also kind of fun that we can listen to the same music together. Twitch supporting multiple audio tracks would be cool. That would be cool, yeah. Then you guys could just opt in if you wanted. But it took Twitch like 3 years to fix that stupid issue where the sound would become like distorted, and you had to pause and replay the stream to fix it. That was a bug that they had for like 3 or 4 years. That was horrible. My number one wish for Twitch, some streamers just have the same looping album on for years, can't handle that. I mean, to be fair, I do have the same looping playlist. I do try to, continually add more things to it. And it is 18 hours long. I'll get some more things added to it. I promise. Not as bad as 10 songs in a style you don't like. I think there is kind of a universal love for just chill game music. At least for us game devs, right? I really am running out of ideas to put in this level. Imagine failing this. Imagine failing this jump and it sends you all the way back over here. But I mean, hey, that's the genre. Once you get up to the next area though, we'll have a checkpoint. I need to write up some design documentation about that, but we will. I'm glad that you like the level design and lighting so far. I think that's really good feedback if you're not lying, which I don't think you are. I hope you aren't. But like, if it's cool now, it's gonna look even cooler when we have proper artwork in it and even some additional mechanics, like the heat haze. Like this kind of stuff. Make it a little bit more difficult to see. smoke if we want to do that. We'll start to put some mud in the next area with the water synthesis. We used the advanced locomotion system for the base character movement, and then I plugged on my own mantling and climbing logic on top of their animations. I don't think theirs was bad. It was pretty similar to what I had designed and made, but ours was a little bit more universal. Or that'll just be a standalone one. Make it a little bit faster. Why is it popping out? Is it not deep enough? Oh no, it's not. I might move a bit too fast to see. Or maybe we could let it piss around in front of this area a bit more. Or we change this to a different idea entirely. And instead of moving with the platforms like we have been doing all area, we run up the platform. Like that idea more. They will collide right now. I wonder what that would look. We want the player to have to jump. I don't want them to be too long, so we'll put some other platform over here. Small standing spot. How many weirdos do you get in your stream chat who randomly show up and want you to run a random executable? It happens sometimes. Happened yesterday. I mean, in general, we get some weirdos in the stream. Not too many, though. car. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Fortunately. It's gonna look really wonky for the moment. The clipping. .4. If we make that come out of a different spot, it might be a little bit better. Weird. I mean, realistically, I probably should like ban links in chat, but I haven't. We do need to stagger these though. We can't. If we don't have spline events hooked up, then they could get out of sync, in which case then that's not great for us, and it's also not going to be great for speedrunners. So we do need to sync them up in some pre-designed way. 100%. We can't get careless. Alright, we'll do that. We will... set up the event. I'll try really early on. A general gameplay length target in mind, or will it be whatever it ends up being? I have a general length in mind. It could be a lot shorter or quicker than that. This level should take about 30 to 60 minutes. Same one for the next. Level 4 is a little bit sooner. Level 3 is a little bit longer. Level 2 is the same as this. Level 1 is the same as this. So it really, it should end up being like 5 to 6 hours. If it ends up being longer but still fun, I'm fine with that. As long as it's not like over 10 hours, because that might be a bit too much. Or if it's shorter, if it's like 4 hours, I'm okay with that too, as long as it's fun. But I think it will end up being in about the 5 to 8 hour, if I had to guess. Yeah, 5 to 6 minutes for a speedrunner, exactly. Got it. Most of the assets will be made in-house, but we might use some store assets. If we make a lot of money through early access, then by all means we can replace store assets with our own. I'm okay with that. It just, how many do we need? How many 3D artists do we have? Can we hire another one? Can we afford to? Is it worth doing? We'll have to make the determination at some point. But, key assets, like really critical ones to our story or our lore, the facility itself, we'll go with that. We can also just buy textures if we need to, if it's more, if it's too annoying to make textures and put that on top of like metal coloring. We can get away with some things, right? We'll try to be smart about it. Let's pop down here. At the very least for this first section, this first level, and that would include all three of these sections, we can probably do in-house assets. I guess the question would be for Rex, like, does he want to make a whole bunch of rocks? Does he feel good enough about that? Or should we just find some rocks? And cave walls. Those are the least important, to be fair. Can do it. We'll know more after the beautiful corner for sure, I think. A little bit annoying still. I did die. A lot of lava in this place. This was supposed to be like an easy to medium difficulty floor, but I guess I'm just doing whatever. You make it possible to hold a key to increase timescale? Like, doesn't this kind of game can take forever? I could do it. I could reverse dilate. I don't know what the word for that is. But I do like testing it by hand each time just to get the timings down. There's a global and per actor time dilation in Unreal by default. Yeah, I've never done it with per actor. You could probably do it based on a component too, so you could add a component to things rather than have to rely on a class hierarchy. That way it's more modular and you can add stuff at runtime. That's separate though, it could interfere, so maybe I will make that based on the seconds. They don't interfere with each other. It's gonna go under and out. We'll end it there. Let's see. Okay. Kill at destination. Respawn. Wait on start. 0.1. Follow directly. 2 meters should be fine. If we want to add a custom curve, we can, but I don't think you need movement. Second spline, we can start that third one, reach it. Try 0.4. It should just be far enough away that they don't interfere with each other. So assumedly you've gotten there, you've jumped over. Oh no, that's red. Do it. It didn't do it. Why didn't it do it? Oh, because I put the wrong ID in. Or have the game run at 30 FPS, make everything dependent on that. Have a key to select FPS game speed for testing. I think I saw a game like that in the news or something where your health was your FPS. And if you could run the game at higher FPS, your health was increased. I think those kinds of things are funny, but it might not have the right. I don't know. I don't know. See how players respond to it. Sounds more like a gimmick than it would be fun, though. So here we want to have something where, you know, the players gotta jump up on and catch up to this thing. Shouldn't be too crazy. I mean, the player could always just wait. But if we did it with timed platforms, and the player wouldn't be able to win. I like that. I like that idea a lot. I guess unless you jumped between the timed platforms. This should be climbable. Let's try a platform timer of 2. Unless we want to make this one of the destructible ones. That'll look cooler. No. Lo-fi shit. This is schedule 1. Soundtrack. What tells the player? Better than mumble rap. What is mumble rap? I think we can make it thinner. Oops. That offset's still good? It doesn't look like 10 pixels to me. Or 10 units, not pixels. Put it right here. Maybe it's a little bit diabolical, but if you go too fast, you might not actually have any platform to stand on. I don't know, we'll test it out, we'll see. You have a wall climbing thing or just a ledge grab? We don't have a no wall climbing like that. Not like you're thinking of. Just mantling and I mean, like normal. Damn, I made that almost perfectly, 100 meters in length. A dicometer. It's gonna come soon. Although the mannequin is kind of in the way of where I need to jump. Did not turn off the collision on it. Okay, we could extend their time a little bit. Especially the first one, because the first one the player actually has to climb onto, and that can take a bit longer. Let's go with... We'll bump that back up to 3. Oh no, default's 5. We'll bump it up to 3 though. Each of them. If we want to, we can set their behavior to stop. So that merely triggering one will not result in it disappearing after the allotted time, but if you step off of it, it will stop at that point that you left it and will continue once you step on it again. So if you do rush to the end, you could jump back and, like, you know, you could keep jumping on the same platform a little bit to save time on that platform. Good for butt clenchers. Works for me. Might lower them to like 2.5. Although I think it's pretty diabolical if we just if it gets a little too hardcore at the end, it might frustrate players if they fail. Or something that they couldn't really have predicted. You're right, it also shouldn't get too hard. You're right. I think it's good as it is. We'll get some feedback on it, because I don't think players will expect that. And it is different behavior from all of the other timed platforms that they've played on so far. If we want to move it down to be like the intended, planned lava platforms that will sink as you stand on them and then raise back up as you jump off, we could set them all to be the same, because then that would help with consistency. Are we okay with no time skips in this section? Or do we want a hidden time skip behind the lava fall? Very small one. Even make that jump. I don't know if he could. I think you can. Yeah, I'm into it. I'm into it. I don't know if those are too long. The upstairs neighbors, the usual, moving their furniture without the little fuzzy things on the bottom. You know how it is. Okay, so there's a small time skip here. I don't know how much time it really saves. You can make that. 9-10 seconds for that versus like 26. Track 26 seconds. Significant. But it is right at the end, so it is extremely high risk to do that versus something that is arguably much easier. God, shut the... Stop it! Easier up to a point. I think I would choose the simpler route. It's a pretty significant time skip though, it's like 30 seconds. We need to make all these not climbable. The only ones that should be climbable, I think, in this area would be those. All the others should not be climbable. Yeah. Kill me. Makes game dev look easy, no programming needed. Well, you're skipping it does, but you'd be skipping the points where I had to make all these platforms. They're all proprietary platforming mechanics. Okay, so those aren't climbable now. Good thing for us. Prevent weird issues. It was not a Minecraft remix, but it was a Minecraft song. We need to do capsule check. Friend player mantling on platforms in lava. I could always add a component to those platforms including to the static meshes if we need to. And that would prevent the behavior. But I think it'd be easier and better to have a universal additional capsule check. But other than that, the whole level should be playable, I think. The only thing that hasn't been balanced, we haven't gone through and balanced all the timed platforms yet. Those we'll just need to handle those in each section separately. And we haven't made the optional geothermal vent section. But I don't think that'll be... That should not be anything challenging. Just need 3 buttons here for now, and then platforms. And we'll need an interior here, but I can... There's not going to be any platforms in the interior, it'll just be a regular interior. So we can just fake it for now. Let me use the bathroom and then we can check out the... We can do the whole level from scratch. We can run it. Give me a sec. You know what? I read two interesting facts. Well, one interesting fact about arc raiders and then one interesting take. There was apparently like some interview recently, and they mentioned that they're not going to be bringing leaderboards to the arc raiders because they don't want to foster that kind of gameplay, which I think is pretty base. And then there was a pretty cool take how the aggression-based matchmaking is pretty effective against cheaters because it means that the casual players will almost never come across cheaters. Because nobody's cheating to do PvE. Alright, let's run through this. If we fail, it's fine. I just kind of want to test to see how long it takes to pretty normally run through it. So not really speed run, but also not. We're going to try not to fall, let's put it that way. High budget friend slap? I don't know if it's friend slap necessarily. GDQ is on right now? Did I send them my build? Go, go, go. I don't know. I used to watch GDQ a little bit, but it used to be like kind of funny cringy, and then it just got cringy. And it was just kind of like the same games over and over. I don't like that jump. It needs to be aimed at the player a bit more. That needed tweaking. I remember that we mentioned that needed tweaking. Right now it's a bit fucked up. We identified this as a problematic area yesterday. I just need to lower it. I really just need to lower it. Obnoxious. Like there's one perfect spot to hit. I'm gonna fix it right now. I can't. There are quite a few animation issues that we need to fix up, but I don't feel qualified to do that. So we're gonna find somebody to handle. We have quite a few animation problems, and we'll get them all fixed up at roughly the same time. Try it again. As long as the animation issues don't prevent us from playing the game, I'm not going to prioritize. They do cause some issue, then we'll tackle them immediately. There's apparently a new version of the advanced locomotion system based on Mover, but people have mentioned that it's not really ready yet. I don't want to adopt it. Okay, that's pretty good. Oof, I almost walked off. The first level was what, like 6 minutes we did the first level in? A little bit better. Could still be tweaked, but most of these jumps might get a little bit fucked up once we start adding real meshes. Alright. I'm not gonna do the time skip here. I'm not gonna do any of the time skips, ideally. I don't think most players will do the time skips. That jump, I think, could be a little bit bigger. We'll just move it closer. I don't remember which one you have to jump onto here. This one. That jump's not doable. Did I move something? I think I moved something out of there on accident. Just pretend that it's there. Oh yeah, that's the one where you can fall. Jump over. Might make that a little bit easier too. I think that actually fixing the camera problems would help with that one. Granted, we do want the player to fail. One is right. I hit it. Didn't miss that one. Why did it let me climb that though? Let me mantle that. That was weird. Okay, this is safe at least. We fall. You just jump up here. Oh. That one's a sprint jump. You probably should be a little bit more mindful of, like, hey, is this a sprint jump or a regular jump kind of one? It's a risky area. Take it easy. go. For a second there, I thought I had blocked the path. I'm like, oh yeah. Don't miss this. There we go. Whew. Right. We'll put some lights in here or something, you know, some lava. Future level art stuff. Okay. Ball there. I'm glad that I have a horrible memory because I don't memorize the patterns that I made for some of these moving platforms. A lot more confusing when you can't see the splines. I don't remember where this one comes from. Oh. Oh, here it is. Hey, you're given a pretty good amount of time for that one. A lot of time to jump over. Ooh, I missed the jump. Pretend I made it. I got full of myself. That would have been a 10-minute loss. Awkward. It's pretty good though. This level I think is compensating for the first one, which is easier, which is okay because it's the start of the game. Here's where you have kind of like the first real side, to a certain extent. Ooh, I see an issue. It's not really an issue, but I'll explain what it is and if we want to fix it. Technically, the second platform here can reach the spot where it should trigger this one again, but because this one is so long, it just does nothing, because it's told, hey, start it, if it isn't started already, but it is already started. So you have to kind of wait for 2 cycles of that second platform. But I suppose that's a, do we want to fix it? It is one of those things that if you hit it at the right time, you can probably get past it, but if you don't, you will have to wait for that cycle again. Otherwise, we're looking at a 13-minute level. Assuming no mistakes. But I definitely fell a few times. And assuming no time skips. That's not bad. I think that's pretty good. I don't know what it would take with time skips. I don't remember what the... I don't remember how much time each of them saved. Where was the first thing we really needed to fix? That was kind of annoying. Here. Said I would just move this. A little bit closer so that you could regular jump. Good with that. Missing a platform here. This one was, I just misread this. I think that with a camera that looked down better, you'd be able to notice this. But you can always make this jump too. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna move that. Fluffy Panda made a lot of progress, I'm guessing. We finished this whole area, including time skips. And we just did a run through and it ended up being 13 minutes. Although I did fall a couple times, so those would have been failures and resets, right? But 13 minutes if you don't mess anything up and you take only the expected route. Which I think is pretty good, because speedruns of these types of games can be pretty fast. But it's assuming that you never mess up and you never fall. What were some of the other issues? Were there any issues in here? I don't think so. Only one that was a little annoying was that this could probably be moved just a little bit out. Move those out a little bit. Here was fine. These were okay. This is okay. This was annoying because you can't regular jump. Or you barely can. But I'm gonna get a little bit closer. As for these 2 jumps, they should be fine. No issues there. Ball's pretty safe. Just skipping there if you know where you're going and what you're doing. We tested these, we know these are okay. This one over here, though. I fell on. I want to double check it. I think it's okay. I just messed up. I was getting complacent. Yeah, it's fine. Hold on. Technically, you can make that one if you don't. If you don't press anything, he'll climb up on that. As long as you hold one of the input movements. I'm okay with that. This part does bother me a little bit. I don't like having to wait so long. For that to fire. Well, technically you don't have to wait that long if you go with the time skip, which is based on the second spline, not the third. Because otherwise we have to wait for the third spline here. But you can't do the time skip with the third spline. Or maybe you can, I don't know. No, I think you can only do it with the second one. So you don't have to. The floor is lava. You're very right, it is very much lava. I know I'm gonna watch some stream in the future, in the far future when this game is done. Knock on wood. Of my copium. I know I'm gonna watch somebody run up here and be like, "We made it! Yeah, wait, ah!" And then have to redo the whole thing. And it's gonna be really funny. I wouldn't jump down here though. You technically can, but you're not getting back up if you do that. Unless we want to put a little way back up in like some, I don't know, some audio log. Somebody who was on this panel died. That could be fun. But we'll come back and we can make some of that stuff when we have audio logs all made up. Which will happen in first playable 3. We'll do that. Either way, apart from there being a small... Oh, it's, you know what it is? It's because I made all the timed platforms not climbable. I did not do the same thing for the moving platform. I don't believe any of these should be climbable. That's why I had that issue before. Now we're okay. Yesterday you read all the Perforce shit I could get my hands on. Your buddies are peer pressuring version control. Why do Perforce? You're gonna pick any. Don't pick the worst one. Most expensive one. we run it? We run the game? Let's run the game. If we want, I could put a checkpoint at the... I could put up checkpoints. They're pretty fast. 5, it's... Even then, I think that their whole swim lane thing is kind of annoying. That's just me, though. That is not the right way, is it? Forgot we have action rolls. I think I need to disable the rolling though. This is the right way. Oh yeah, you're supposed to jump out here. Our timing might be a bit messed up because we have to wait for that elevator. It's like 30 seconds, but they'll be fine. Well, I'm not saying gets better. I'll tell you that. I've just always found their swim lane stuff to be confusing. And once you need it for a larger team, it gets ridiculously expensive. Unless they change their pricing model. But it was a lot like Jira. Like, okay, it's industry standard, but at the point where you need to scale, it's horribly expensive. And it locks its best features behind higher price points. Always hated. What is coming back down? We are gonna hit it. Dude, that section only takes me 3 minutes to do. That's fine though. Like we said, this should be a 30 to 60 minute whole level. If it ends up being on the side of 30, We're gonna change this to be like a proper elevator though, that you like trigger yourself and don't have to wait for. Right now it's standard moving platforms. We'll play an announcement in this elevator. Like emergency power active, geothermal power plant offline. Danger, Will Robinson. Need to drink more so your voice isn't raspy. What? But I think it'll take most players more than 4 minutes their first time because they don't know the level layout or where you're supposed to go. Seems easy. We'll make it harder. It shouldn't be overly punishing though. We're going to try to get really, really deep into making granular data layers. And that way, if we need to switch out a section for any reason, we can very easily do so without affecting the rest of the platforms. So if we ever wanted to have like a more difficult mode, we simply just say, hey, spawn this data layer instead of this one. At least that's the theory. Ooh, good timing. I like the visuals in the background while you're on this. We'll make for a cool screenshot when we have all the final art in. Or from like up here or something. The fans are cool. That's the bait one. We need the next one after that, which spawns once this one has despawned. We'll push you off if you're too close. Yeah, we'll get that tweaked. That one curves a bit weird. Kind of an unnecessary fall, isn't it? Here comes the train. That one's a bit butt clenching. Yeah, I like how it snakes you around. And the verticality in this section I think is pretty fun. You could definitely time skip that. would hope you like it. You made it. Well, I might not. Like, it could just be unfun. Like, I don't know, like, at a certain point I might just be like, I'm tired of platforming through lava in this section. But I like that we spend some time in the lava and then we spend time out of the lava. I think that it would be really boring if it was just, you know, back-to-back lava sections without anything in between. And this section here is a really good break up to that flow. And there's also some safety net here too, because I can probably land on one of the platforms lower if I fall. And then going inside places like this feels nice too. We will add some light to that in some way. Not really meant to be that dark. This is supposed to be an easy section. A little bit of an interlude. Going back to the lava. And then you fall through the ceiling. And we're back to some dangerous verticality. Though I don't think it's too difficult. I expect that most players playing this the first time will try and observe, or I hope that they will try and observe the patterns that we have made here. The fact that we haven't randomized them, I think, is very beneficial to the game. There will be some randomization, but any randomization will be designed to be turned off if you want for speedrunning. That way you have very clear, consistent playthroughs. It can be a little tricky. There we go. I try to introduce ones where you need to have like some air control. That's a bit annoying. We should probably lower those. We could try the skip here. If we want, we can try the skip. Pretty tough skip though. I'll try it. Just for you guys. I missed the skip. I missed the skip. I would have failed there. Rip bozo. There's a lot of waiting there. I'm not a fan of how much waiting there is. But I do have a... I do have a solution that would fix it. A little bit of gaming magic. We shouldn't be super fast with jumping over that. Assuming no failures, entire game. So far, 16 minutes. We have spent 3 full days blocking out for 16 minutes of game. How does that feel? I don't actually know how long like precision platformers usually take if you don't have failures. So I don't know if that's kind of standard or if it's even maybe longer than what is standard. I could try time skips with no failures, but that might be pretty tough. That would be assuming that I don't fail on the time skip. Yeah, I don't know. I already missed a time skip. Wasn't paying attention. Not a significant one, but it'll be like a speedrun trial. Yeah, I mean, this is just one level 2, right? So it's very possible. I mean, if you're speedrunning as well, that means you're not getting emergency station airlocks. And it's even possible you might skip the geothermal power plant, right? Because you could do the game perfectly without it. So it would be really, really difficult to do it. To do this game speedrun, because there's a lot of content that you would be missing to optimize. And I think casual players would do some of the optional content because one slip up in like the main shaft, right, could mean a significant amount of loss of time, especially if you're higher up, which is kind of the danger point of these games as a whole. I missed. Well, I think maybe it's too soon to judge if it feels good or not. And mainly what we should be asking ourselves, which is way more important, is this fun? You can make that. I know you can make that. It is a very difficult jump to make. A casual player. That's pretty tough. There aren't a lot of platforming games don't cater to, well, that's not true. That's not true in any way, shape, or form. There are casual friendly platforming games. I don't think the precision platformer genre is often known for being casual friendly. I will need other people's opinion. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna make any judgment decisions now. I can only give my opinion for it, and you guys will have to play it yourself. That is a really tough time skip. For very little time actually skipped. But you know that people are gonna do it. You know there's gonna be that one Korean guy who has nothing else to do in his life that is going to make that jump And his perfect run, including this time skip, will be the winning time. That's such a difficult one. The only reason I like it being difficult is that there's very little loss of time and there's no death here, right? You just... I haven't been saving time right now, I can tell you that. This one's a little bit easier. Except we have to wait for the elevator. Because I wasted too much time dicking around with the other time save. The time saves are there mainly for people who can do them, for people who are finding them and are good at them, and for speedrunners. So if you're not a speedrunner, you don't have to do the time saves. If you are a speedrunner, you better start getting good. How you doing, Yummergator? You have a question related to time saves? Okay. I hopefully have an answer related to saves. We have no answers, only more questions. Yeah, we're like the TV show Lost. Make the main protagonist attractive. What if I make a whole game option? Just a gooning option. And it's just some massive bonkered lady main character. That's the only thing it changes. I hate to say it, that would be such a simple, cheap thing to include that absolutely would generate additional revenue. I hate that it would work. It's shown too many times how much this secret hack works. It really would. I can't even say it wouldn't. It absolutely would. I would do it. I mean, not as the default experience, but it would generate at least one Kotaku article too. Yeah, like her skeleton and animations would be the same. It would just be, well, technically, her skeleton wouldn't be exactly the same. There'd be some additional bones, if you know what I mean. Fuck's sake. You know what we can do? If we want to tomorrow, we can make a super simple, basic death system. Because we already have checkpoints. Checkpoints are working. Just player death is not prototyped. But it would add some risk to it. It's a psychological thing at that point. Knowing that I actually can't fall in the lava. I think pressing jump should make you jump immediately. Even if the animation's a bit fucked up. Because right now it just makes you stand up. I'll figure that out. From a dev perspective, not a speedrunner perspective, how does the map allow some people to get under it, behind it? Like, what is happening in the game that allows the player to get under the... Only if they jump... Oops, I was reading. Only if they jump in the barrel backwards while spam crouching? What is happening? It's usually just like collision issues. There could also be lack of collision, which I guess still falls under collision issues. But there's a lot of engines that don't handle collision very well between very thin objects, and there's a lot of like landscapes or meshes that have weird collision, and the engine tries to correct and like push you in a direction that is safe, but sometimes that safe direction is considered out of bounds. That's usually what's happening in those cases. And you can kind of fix that by making collision thicker or adding in some additional collision so that the player doesn't get under. There's actually a time skip here and I forgot to do it. I'm gonna go do the time skip for you guys. I promised time skips. I'm gonna go do it. Climb on the lava there. Alright, this time skip is kind of easy. I missed the time skip. That was supposedly easy. I lied. In some games there's an invisible floor underneath the map that the player can run on, but in some they just fall forever, and in some, specifically like GTA, there is water under the map. Some engines or levels will have like a water plane, and they'll just let the water exist at that level. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice today. Apologize. That was the time. Invisible floor. I mean, it depends on how they want to build the level. If they want to put an invisible floor underneath or let the player fall, I think if you know that there might be some cases where you can get underneath the level, the smarter developers will save your last safe location. And then if you are detected falling for too long or you hit a certain Z value to respawn you at that last safe location, or at just some safe location. That's the smart move. Not a lot of developers do that though. But I think every developer should try to do that. Yeah, engine specific level design feature. Like some will just have it based literally in the engine itself, and others it will be something made by the developers. I've got a lot of phlegm today. I don't know why. Totally not because I'm drinking a lot of acidic stuff. That's not the reason. I have medicine for it, but I didn't take it today. I'm poo-poo brained. Okay, there's a big time skip here, but this one is one of the most challenging ones. But it is multiple minutes saved. If I can hit it. You take real Coke ever? I'm drinking real Pepsi today because it was on sale. Oop. Almost fucked that one up. Yeah, it bitches at me for non-nanite VSMs, but they're fine. Oh, you're talking literally, have I ever tried cocaine? No, I've never used any drug. Alky, yes. Drugs, no. go for a big time skip. I fell. I fell. Fuck. I missed. Yeah, Coca-Cola, but without the cola. No, don't miss this. Okay. Pretty good music for this game, actually. Terraria's got some good platforming, actually. Not a platforming game, but has some fun platforming. Has emergent design with the bosses. One of many reasons why Terraria is a 10 out of 10 timeless game. Okay, big time skip. No failure. I did miss it. It's still a time skip, but I missed the platform a little bit. We'll wait for it. You cannot make this jump. At least I don't think you can, but if you can, I'm all for it. If you can time skip by pixel perfect jumping at the end of this to hit that platform, by all means, more power to you. A little bit late, a little bit late. Time skip. That's a big time skip. Though to do that time skip, you would have to skip out on doing the geothermal generators. Unless you came back later, which you could always do. Because you will be able to return to previous levels. Ideally. I doubt speedrunners will do that, though. Okay, this time skip's a little bit tough. But it does save like a minute. Little glitch. Little glitch. Ooh. We did it. I like this level because it's big. But it doesn't feel like it overstays its welcome. And I'm really curious how it will feel to somebody who is playing it for the first time when we have the optional objective in there, which we're gonna make tomorrow. And maybe, I don't know, I don't think I'll be ready to make a build of this tomorrow, but maybe can. I don't see why not. I can throw it up on Google Drive for you guys to try. I keep forgetting we're both from Southeast Wisconsin. I always forget that. I don't know why. No falling obstacles on trigger while platforming, or is that maybe just too much? Falling obstacles on trigger while platforming. What do you mean? Describe like a real life case of that. Well, I understand what you mean. Dude. Maybe before we ended the day, I could add basic checkpoints in. Teleport route here. And then we'll throw another one up. Oop, hold on, that's part of the wrong one. A rock falling while you are mid-platforming and damages you if you don't time it. Maybe a constantly falling rock or debris. I like it. I have to think about it. It would have to be what's the word? Consistent with its timing for speedrunning purposes. But yeah, we'd have to think of how it affects the player because we don't want to have ragdolls. But that doesn't mean we can't do something. Just gotta think about it. We will auto-discover is home checkpoint. All checkpoint. Teleport. Let's not name it level Redlock start. I should think of more examples, but there's something not too difficult to implement. Original flavor. Yeah, I don't mind if we have like some falling stuff that is specifically activated for visual purposes, because that of course doesn't affect gameplay. I'm a little... I just gotta think of how we want to handle it for things that might affect gameplay. Because it might be really wonky with the player's collision, and it could push them through certain assets if we're not careful. I'd have to think about it. The player can't jump out of the world. Well, the player can jump out of the world, but let's assume the player can't. I'll just implement a super simple deletable test for surface under the character. I don't think we nullify the player's physical material though, right? Hold on a sec. Let me print that on tick. Like this kind of stream more than the blueprint stuff. I like the blueprints. I will be honest. I do find it fun to block out. It is pretty chill. It's like you're making the gameplay, right? As opposed to just making the mechanics that you want to eventually put in the gameplay. Why is that not printing? Tomatoes cannot be trusted. How you doing, man? Yeah, against some. What did tomatoes do to you? Is it because it's equal to none? It might be. Oh wait, hold on, this is not the right character actually. This is the old character. Probably should be deleted. They ruin every sandwich. I don't like... You know what my sandwiches consist of? Ham and cheese. Meat and cheese. And then I put some pepper.
Daddy.
I put some pepper on top of it. And sometimes I put chips on it too. For the crunch and the flavor. Yeah, we don't nullify the players. Let me do that. And we do
Daddy.
an and check. Is not equal to none.
Daddy.
Why did I add that? Not even defaulting to the default. Why is that? Well, I guess because we aren't doing the initial run through. I mean, I can set it to PM default. What we want to do, what I can do right here for this is I can go over to our physical materials and I'll just put in lava, which we doesn't really matter what material it is. And we'll set our lava here to be used. $100. Oh, you are. How many of you guys in chat find it weird that I put chips on my sandwich? Like I will do this. And then you crunch it down. But I only do it with the meat and cheese. You've known people who, wait, why do you say that? Like, yeah, I've known people that killed themselves. Crisps or potatoes? Wait, is there a different term for like potato chips and non-potato chips? Oh, Colton Chronicles theme song. I paid a lot of money for this, so we're listening to it. It should be showing none when we don't hit anything. What actually plays here? Am I doing a ground? I'm doing a ground check. Oh, I mean, we could just skip that then and just go put it here, right? Although default, it would be nice to actually hit something with... Let's do it this way. This is just temporary. We'll undo this or something. Out of all the food crimes, chips is the least egregious. You should try it. You guys should try it one time. It's actually really good, and you can put any flavor of chips you want on there. Like, I really like jalapeno chips, so I'll put jalapeno chips on there. It adds really nice texture, too. It's like lettuce, but if you hate lettuce because, you know, green stuff is the food that my food eats, and then I slaughter my food and I put it on my... The green is the food that my food eats, but I'll put chips on there for the same crunch that you would get from something like lettuce, but with actual flavor and not water. Smart. B or reticuli. Didn't work. What is it failing at? Why is it not doing what I think it's supposed to? Okay, if you found row, then set the row to be the thing that the row is. I'd say none. Really weird. Yeah, like it's literally PM default. Yeah, it's not bouncy or anything, but it should still be... Oh wait, it... Why did I put this here? Might be one of... We weren't updating it if it was equal to no. It'll look really weird for a second. It's working. Acts like mud. Okay, we're simply to add a super basic... I need to fix that too. To add a super basic death mechanic, we can... do a couple of things here. I need to save the latest unlocked checkpoint. This is not a good way to do it permanently, but this is the way to do it now. We should revert those. is equal case insensitive, right? Yeah, it should be. If it's equal to lava... do once. We go to... when we unlock... what do we run when we unlock a checkpoint? I do save it in the game. Let me throw something in the game instance then for like last unlocked checkpoint. Okay, on kill, do once. Hit the game instance. We should have a we have teleport to home checkpoint. What did we do for regular teleportation? Probably just teleport, right? Actually, don't know what we did. I must have made a function for it. Oh, we assigned the BP checkpoint. I have an idea. I don't have an idea. I will just get all the current checkpoints and we'll just match it up. Easy to do. Get all actors. Yes. Technically the checkpoints should be part of their own non-spatially loaded data layer. Unless you can set spatially loading on actors themselves, in which case I'll just tell the checkpoints not to be spatially loaded. Okay, they are set to not be spatially loaded. Beautiful, I already fixed that problem. Get checkpoint ID. Get data table row. We just check the row name. What are we doing? Last. Oh. It is equal. Ideally, this isn't a function, but this is just temporary, so I'm not going to worry about it. No, make that break. Make it break, and then have the completion. Reset. Okay, we'll let the temporary bullshit. Is there any reason why that wouldn't work? What we do once, match up the right actor. It'll teleport. If it doesn't match up the right for any reason, we just don't do anything. We just reset the duel. We auto unlock this, so we were just to kill ourselves. Was that red ball with the middle thing? That was the checkpoint. Super complex match. You wouldn't understand. The cube with the sphere on top. All it is. Shut up. Technically, it won't solve anything if you touch lava on the side. I'm just not gonna worry about that right now. The number of locations where that actually happens is very minimal. Not important. We'll make a more rigorous test later. I just have to remember to delete the lava test code. We'll block the player from doing that. Fuck. I ruined it. At least there's actual punishment now. Feels good. Sucks to suck. What game is this gonna be? Type in !game. And not GAYME. didn't miss that time. We're learning. We're getting better. It is a pretty big undertaking. Mechanically, the game is pretty simple. I mean, as you can see here, mechanically we have the game. Not polished, not visually complete, but we are going to launch an early access. We are going to go for early access. No co-op, no multiplayer. Really cool. I already know someone I want to play it. Well, hey, Frostern, when we, keep an eye out because we're gonna release a build of just this, just for some feedback. So if you guys can tell me how you like it. You mean it's top-notch graphics? Am I even needed? I actually can't wait to start building out like a beautiful corner and see what you guys think of it. Rex and I are gonna be on a call. I'm not going to be able to be around for the full stream tomorrow. I want to leave a little bit early so that Rex and I can talk. We're going to mood board the entire thing. Or as much as we can until we get tired. They played Fever Meme and this reminds me of it a little bit. Is that on Steam? That game? If it is, can you link it to me? I was curious about it. Okay, so we unlocked the second checkpoint, so we should actually be able to teleport between these. But also, this is now our latest unlocked checkpoint, which means we should be able to die. I don't think I intended for this to be a time. Or I did. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I know what that was meant to be. That is not meant to be a time skip from jumping over here. I need to deal with that. That was meant to be a time skip for... I actually forgot about that time skip. It's for here. A tough time skip to make. But I think it's because it does save you a bit of time. Ooh. Oh shit. This allows you to go boink, boink, boink. We got time skips for you speedrunners out there. Don't you worry. For anyone that likes just putting on some chill music, mindless jumping, we got the game for you. Or maybe you want a story. Maybe you want some lore. We have that too. You can absolutely skip if you hate it, Rex. In fact, there are going to be 2 options for auto skip cutscenes if we have any, and autoplay audio logs can be turned off. You can engage with as much or as little of the story as you want. Skip dialogue within a second. That's a pretty funny one. I like that. Ooh. Alright, death sucks. I actually don't like dying in this game. I'm gonna be honest. 0 out of 10, dying sucks. And that's why I like it. This is why I hate these games. The checkpoints are for people like us, too. What's the games you like to die in? That's a good point. Actually, this time skip shouldn't even be here. You shouldn't be able to jump from here to here. That is going to be removed. We're going to do a final pass on all that, though. After we're done with the last section. But this section feels really good. The first section and this section feel really good, even though I think the first section is very simple. I'm okay with that, of course, because it is the start of the game. Here's where the skill tests start. Yeah, it plays good. I agree. I shouldn't be saying good things about my own work, but I do like this level. And I will be somebody that plays with checkpoints. We're going to make sure that there aren't going to be some elitist people that say if you play with checkpoints, you didn't actually beat the game. Sorry, but I don't have like a million hours to spend in my life platforming on the same sections. And if it takes me an hour to get through a level like this, fine. But then I'm done. Then I'm on to the next section. Hexine, you can be with me. I know why that happened. I know why that happened. That shouldn't happen, but I know why that happened. I will have to fix why that. But you can be with me and play with checkpoints. And if you enjoy the game with the checkpoint system, then I feel like I've hit the target audience for the default experience. Need some water areas? I do like the idea of falling through pipes to get to previous sections. Like you'll just see like a vent leading in and you can't reach it. So it's like, oh, it's just decorative. But then you fall in some other level and you land back here. That's absolutely diabolical. But I do like it. It's like Chutes and Ladders. I don't know if you guys have that game. Or Snakes and Ladders, you might call it. I think what I need to do, because right now the check surfaces under character is taken from a single line trace down from the center of the character. It might be too long, and it's interfering with the either that or like Crouch is doing something weird. Let me take a look at it. It is minus 150. I wonder if setting the player's half capsule height is affecting that. Oh no, it's really fucking long. Way longer than it needs to be. It was at that moment that he shit his pants. And the trajectory of the shit. Why was it doing that? Oh, because we need to be adding that to the... Be a little bit safer, I think. Swimming, I want to... Oh, because we're starting in the middle of the player. No, we don't need to get the full capsule height because we're starting in the middle of the player. Not from the head. We don't need to multiply by -2. We just need to multiply by -1. I want to avoid swimming. It causes a lot of problems. We can do it, you know, second game, future. Alright, that should avoid problems. As long as this doesn't... Yeah, because we're getting the scaled height. And crouching scales it. That's why I switched it. Okay. That should be a little bit better. I might just increase it to like -10. See if that causes a problem. Although now that I have this fix, I probably shouldn't have temporary code detecting lava. We did the swimming in Colton Chronicles. Like, not only do you have to... It just means, like, you have to make gameplay under it. It wouldn't be bad in, like, certain sections, but... We'll see, we'll see. We'll see. We won't see, but I'm saying that to make you feel good. No, we will see. Okay, let me... We know that the checkpoint is saving the latest one. So let's just plunk here. Light water mechanics can't be the worst. It's just swimming is more challenging than it sounds like. Especially for the character movement controller. Because you need animations for all that shit, and you need to make sure none of your platforming mechanics work while you're swimming. It's more complexity, the CMC. It's also not really a location meant for that, but as I said, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, if this game does really well, we can make, you know, a sequel that's set on some different facility that had its own problems. We could make a DLC that's a different facility or something like that. The base experience, god damn it, isn't meant to have swimming. You know what was nice? Being able to walk on the lava without taking any damage. That was great. I miss that. Out of water. You know how hot this planet is? Walter White. We had a good thing, Walter. Go and fuck it up. You and your pride. Okay, hot take of the day. Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. I'm going for the skip. I'm doing it. I'm doing the skip. Oh god, I clenched. Good thing. Clench is good. I like the skips we've made. They're... Ooh. Maybe I should have paid attention to that. I did put a crystal up here that you can like step up on. Like watch it and get a feel for the timings. Also good screenshots from up here. Game vault. Obviously you're not meant to do this. I haven't gotten rid of the ability for the player to do shit here. But we will. I was originally going to call the game Go Kill Yourself. The name of the game, Twitch. Calm down. But I felt like Steam might not allow that. Oh, because I had pressed play from some... I didn't have checkpoint 2 unlocked. Well, no, that was when the game was meant to be something different. That was way before we had like lore, and it was meant to be just more of like a meme game. Now the game is something different entirely. It's about hot anime waifu platforming to freedom. Fucking hell. This is not a game you can play like mindlessly. You have to kind of pay attention. I'm into it though. But I'm a checkpoint player. I'm playing with checkpoints. You can't stop me. Technically, I don't know if I want the game to have those intermediary checkpoints. Well, I probably do. I don't know. We just need some feedback. But I definitely do not think that I would do one checkpoint per level of the facility. At least not here on such a large level. But we could always make it an option. And we just put this on a different data layer. Well, Actually, okay, to be fair, the checkpoints would not allow you to teleport. That's a different kind of checkpoint, but that would exist too. But it's not teleportation as much as it would be an elevator in the main shaft. But right now this should mimic, because of course if you die in the lava, we need some place to respawn you. Do players find it too easy to respawn here? Are they okay with it? Of course, dying here is not nearly as bad as dying, you know, over here, right? Then you're back here. But if you know how to do time skips, if you're fast with it, this shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get back to here. Assuming you don't fail. So I don't think it's too bad. But like you said, we need feedback. And I think that I'd be ready to make one tomorrow. Potentially. It depends on if tomorrow we want to... maybe not. Because I want to make this level... I want to make this last section. And then we're going to go back. We're going to fix up any places where the player can jump that's not... they're not supposed to get to. You know, like here, the player can just run around. We don't really want that, of course. So clean up the level a bit. I'll put a protection if the player falls. Yeah, we'll just get it finished up. Playing smoothly. Maybe not looking good, but playing smoothly, and then you can run through it and see how it feels. So we won't be ready by tomorrow, but we will be ready by next week sometime. Especially because I'm leaving early. But we're almost there. We're making good progress. Making good progress. I'm done for today. It's been a nice long 8 hours. We don't need to see. Anything here? No. What was that? Yeah, I think in this game the visuals I think are going to like the lore and the visuals are going to make this game really good, but it's a really good sign that even right now I'm having fun jumping. Dying isn't great, of course, but that's kind of the point of the genre. But it is fun to... the time skips are really enjoyable. If you know about them and you can execute them flawlessly, it feels rewarding. Because I know I'm saving time. I don't even care about speedrunning, but to the people that will try to compare times or just want to do it for the fact that they can say that they can... It is nice. And I think that it's primarily nice because I know that there is lore behind it. That I know that even though we don't have it built into the game yet, it's just cool to have a section that I know will eventually run out and become a different section, but for a specific reason. I know that what I'm playing has a purpose and it isn't just go as high as you can because game says you have to go as high as you can. And it's just, you know, some stolen train asset and full of cardboard boxes. I don't know if random players right now will know the lore, so it may not hit them in the same way. But that is why we intend to put in the lore before we find this first playable done. The solar radiation should be interesting. Although I didn't even know if we need, because we wouldn't even... we might move some of that stuff away, but either way. The progress that I'm making feels good. It doesn't feel like I'm having to trick myself into thinking, oh, I just need to add a little bit more, and you know, one more mechanic and it should be fun. One more mechanic, a little bit more content. No, the content we have feels good. We don't even have any hazards yet. Well, I guess lava is a hazard, but... the next section that we're going to work on tomorrow will add mud. We already have that in game, so that shouldn't require any extra work. Hmm. We could probably add heat haze. No, we'll do the heat haze. Technically, we're not supposed to add it here yet anyway. We'll save that for first playable too. We'll stick to the schedule. Nice. 4 megabyte update. That feels good. No fun to die, but you know it eventually becomes too much. I agree. I wanted to feel bad though because of player mistake and not because of... I thought that this... you know, it's like I was pressing the right button, but it didn't react to it. And I think it needs improvements, for sure. How we're climbing and jumping, but it doesn't feel uncontrollable right now. There's just a few quirks, and the animations could be cleaned up to better too. But once we do that, I think it'll be pretty good. Building the main gameplay finally, that's why it feels good. Maybe, I mean, because it's not such a mechanically driven game, I can just sit and make a level. And that's why it feels nice, because I'm not like, okay, we need to build this mechanic and this mechanic before the full gameplay loop is playable. No, the gameplay loop is playable now. It's not very refined. We don't have all of the mechanics we need into it now. But it's a precision platformer, and right now you can precision platform. And if that alone is good, then I don't really worry that the other mechanics will take away from it. Some of them might, but a lot of what we have planned, I don't worry will take away from them. They might they'll slow the average player down more, which does two things, which may be good, might be bad, might be a mix of both. Slowing the player down, I think, will benefit casual players because they'll have more time to breathe in between jumping. There will be more difficult optional sections where you have proper resource rewards, like building components or a restore. And I think that could be nice. We need to make sure that none of this is necessary for speedrunners, though, or that along the main path, or we just need to make sure that we're catering to both teams and not one more than the other. As long as there's responsive, controllable, predictive, and it is for the most part. I do think it could use some tweaks and it could use some cleaning up, but it's mostly there. And once we can start putting in the final meshes, throw in some of the lore, I think it will start to feel real. Even if it's not complete. And I think that's the sign of the good early access, where it's like, okay, I wish there was more gameplay, but the gameplay that I have available is really nice. It's exactly what I... Oh man. No, it's good. I'm not gonna yap anymore. I gotta get going for today. But we'll be on tomorrow for more Redlock development. Thank you for joining me today, guys. We're almost done. We're almost done. I don't think we'll finish level 6 tomorrow because I don't think we'll finish it, but we will be pretty close to finishing it, and I think that on Monday we can finish and maybe clean up. Worst case, Tuesday we clean up and we start to prepare what we want for a super simple build. And that will either come out on Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. So keep an eye out. But yeah, guys, have a good rest of your day. Have a nice Thursday. Peace. Always love you guys. Thanks for the feedback and thanks for helping me build these levels. Give me some cool ideas. We're gonna keep building on top of it, but it feels good so far, and I can't wait to get it into your guys' hands, which we'll do next week. Peace. Bye bye. Oops.